rounds in, 2 rounds to go at the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships. It's the first time we've had 3 Europeans at the top of the leaderboard at the World Championships in World's history. An absolute bomb from Henna Blomroos.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Onto the green on the par 4.
I feel like I have a very strong game plan, nothing really special. I'm trying from almost everywhere because it's the World Championships and you have to try because everybody wants the title and you don't just want to give up. So I truly feel like I've worked very hard to be here and I've overcome a lot of adversity, I feel like. So this would definitely mean that everything that I've done has paid off.
Welcome to Championship Saturday in Emporia, Kansas for the final round of the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships. We are at the Emporia Country Club and the action has been fantastic all weekend long. Terry Miller firing up the crowd, awaiting on hole number 1 as we get ready to go here for the final round. An early morning wave run by Terry Miller as we welcome you inside the broadcast booth here just off the 18th at Emporia Country Club alongside the Hall of Famers, 4-time world champ Valerie Jenkins, 5-time world champ Elaine King. I'm Charlie Eisenhood. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Elaine, Kristen Tatar has been fantastic all week. She has not trailed at the end of a round at any point, and she comes into today with a 5-shot lead. What has made her so special this week?
It's just been the consistency. She's had a game plan, and she's not altered her game plan, even though others were booming it down the fairway, say, and she was deciding to throw a controlled sidearm. She just kept to her plan, and she canned the putts.
And she got things started this tournament strong out at Jones on hole number 1. And she was fantastic in the opening round, setting up a 2-shot lead that she took and basically has carried throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and she has played fantastic, as you mentioned, but she has also had some struggles that she's had to overcome. And I think that having that happen in the middle of this tournament and fighting, scrapping, working for every shot, that allowed her to be more confident in the final 2 rounds. And, you know, it allows a player to focus in just a little bit more.
That putt on 17, the big circle 2 putt that sparked her for an unbelievable 11 under round number 4. Elaine, yesterday was a clinic from Tatar.
Her putting form was back on point. She was just canning them from everywhere. Her approach shots were exact, and she was bringing out the backhand more than she had the first round here, and to great effect. She is just looking so strong. No hint of any lingering effects of any injury.
And from 84 feet, that was an absolutely pivotal moment in the round that sparked her run where she pulled away from Henna Blomroos and opened up a 5-shot lead. She has a chance to become the 2nd ever European champion here at the Worlds. Brigitte Lagerholm did it back in 2004. And as we look to the rest of this lead card, same lead card as yesterday, what can Henna Blomroos, Holland Hanley, Evelina Salonen do, Val, to try to chase down Kristen the way she's been playing?
Well, here's a few numbers for you. So in that round yesterday, Kristen Tatar had the best round by 5 strokes over Henna. So it happened in yesterday's round. So it could easily flip-flop. They can change positions.
Ladies and gentlemen, one
it's
more
all about
reminder.
if Henna can get those putts in the basket.
Chase card, Paige Pierce out there. She had a bumpy round yesterday. but is hoping to fight back up the leaderboard. She has not missed second place at the World Championships in 8 years.
And for Paige, she's got all the skills to rise up that leaderboard significantly. She's just got to relax, not force anything, and just let the play happen instead of trying to just, force every single bit of every shot. She plays her best when she's plays loose and relaxed. I think she get in the mind frame.
First on the box at 18 strokes under par on the week thus far from Beacon, New York, and representing Discraft, this is Missy Gannon.
Missy Gannon sitting at 18 under. She's 10 shots back up to Tar.
Next on the box at 16 strokes under par for the week from Los Angeles, California, and representing Innova champion this is Owen Scoggins.
Owen had one of the largest strings of birdies on this course in yesterday's round. 6 in a row in the front 9.
Middle fairway for Scoggins.
Next to the tee, also shooting 16 strokes under par from Universal City, Texas, and representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Disc, this is Valerie Mandujano.
Second place finisher at the U.S. Women's Championships this year. Longest drive so far.
And rounding out our 9:05 tee time from Pensacola, Florida, shooting 15 strokes under par for the week and representing Discraft, your 5-time FPO World Champion, Paige Pierce.
Paige Pierce currently sitting in 8th place. She's never finished lower than 7th at the World Championships.
All right, ladies, good luck out there. Have a
That
great day and enjoy each other's
out of
company.
bounds.
So let's take another look at this yeet of a drive from Valerie Mandujano. Hole number 1 is sponsored by Hooligan Discs, a new company out of Rockwall, Texas. They have the infamous yeet, the vibe, and they recently released their 3rd mold, the thread. Check out hooligandiscs.com today. So the chase card is on the fairway. And we are going to send it down to the 4th member of our broadcast crew. Terry Miller is standing by with the PDGA's Danny Voss. Terry?
Here we go. Your FPO lead card tee time will be at 9:25, folks.
Good morning from Emporia. We're here for the 5th and final day at the PDGA World Championships. I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, checking in with the PDGA's own Danny Voss. Danny, this is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it. The competition is as stiff as ever, but we may see an international champion for the first time in a long time.
That's right. For all of you that aren't aware, the last international and only international champion, world champion, was in 2004, Brigitte Lagerhorn. She took home $1,400 that year, so we have a lot of improvement this year. The purse, of course, 3 international players represented on the lead card. I mean, this is what Worlds is about.
It is, and of course it's a PDGA major, which meant all hands are on deck from a PDGA perspective, from additional media companies, and from our host club. Talk a little bit about the efforts that are taken to put on an event of this scale and magnitude.
Yeah, I think we've covered that a lot, but I really just want to take a chance to thank everybody that's come out here to work. I mean, there's countless volunteers, Dynamic Disc as the host, DGN, of course, like pushing this out to the masses. Our vendors and our contractors and everybody out here has really made this. And, of course, the players putting on a show and the spectators and the viewers. You know, everybody's coming together for the World Championship, and I think that means a lot.
Well, we know it's a holiday weekend, but we're still seeing spectators travel from literally all around the country, and our last numbers were that more than 2,000 tickets have been sold for today's action.
That's right. Combining the week-long tickets and the single-day tickets for today, we're just under 2,100 tickets. Those tickets are still on sale, so if you're, within driving distance of Emporia, you can still come out, but it's going to be a real good show by the 18th green for sure.
Or could go more than 18.
Yeah.
Anything is possible here at the Worlds. For Danny, I'm Terry. I'll find you guys in the fairway.
Thank you so much, Terry. Just an absolutely beautiful, picture-perfect day in Emporia. We are anticipating perhaps a bit more wind than we've seen this week. It's been one of the big stories. Very little wind, very good scoring conditions. We watched players tear the course up yesterday as Missy Gannon gets set to throw her second.
And Missy Gannon had the second best score in yesterday's round at a 6 under. And she keeps it safe, but that is a tough position underneath those trees. And think about it, having these pristine conditions right now and maybe expecting the wind to come up, the players should just, regardless, they should focus on getting these up shots as close to the basket as possible. You know, whether you're on the third card or the second card, you're trying to make a run to position yourself and get a good placement at this tournament. So keeping it close, then you don't have to think about the wind or the pressure or any other circumstances.
Well, a couple members of the lead card arriving to the course right now. Henna Blomroos in second place, and Evelina Salonen, the two Finnish players up inside the top four, perhaps trying to become a European trio on the podium today. That would be a first. Good scores out on the course early. Emily Beach, 4 down through 4. Henna Blomroos began 6 under yesterday through the first 6 holes and has led the tournament in strokes gained tee to green. Can she get the putter going to try to put some pressure on Kristen? Lead card teeing off in a bit.
Meanwhile, we have Owen Scoggins, the highest standing for a master player in this tournament. Owen, of course, is the FPO 40 Master World Champion. And showing that older players can hang with the best in the world.
Amazing. Owen Scoggins has played 4 times at the FPO Worlds. She finished 4th in both 2014 and 2015. Didn't play for 6 years. Came back last year, finished in 6th. And she's currently sitting in a tie for 6th. It's a great day for sports. We thank you for joining us here for the final round of Worlds. College football getting started around the U.S. Pierce throwing her 4th shot.
And she is just not executing the way that we're used to seeing Paige execute. She's still throwing tight, overturning her drive, now not following through completely on that approach shot, which should have been under the pin, but instead leaves her with a long downhill putt for the par.
Not only does Val have to climb underneath these bushes, now she has to throw a wide Anheuser shot, possibly bringing it over the out of bounds on the left-hand side as it approaches the pin. And the low shot does not pay off there.
She'll again have a slightly constrained stance. Very unusual, maybe last round nerves from Valerie Mondahano, who's usually such a consistent player. But who wouldn't have nerves on hole number 1 of the final round of the World Championships? With so much riding on this for all the players, not only on the top finishers, but the top 10 is a big statement in the FPO field.
And there are a lot of newer faces that we're seeing on these top couple of cards. So this is a really big moment for these players to finish well with a solid performance, because it's likely to be their best major finish in their career.
I love the way Missy, no matter what position she's in or what shot she's thrown, she gives a big smile, she stays positive, and she keeps it, you know, so pleasant for everyone else on the card as well. It's awesome when your card mates just take their mistakes as with the same grace as they take their good shots.
Long putt left for par for Valerie Mondahano. And a nervy start for the chase card. This is certainly the biggest crowd that we've seen out at the course this week.
And I can't imagine that winning this event is on their minds, but moving up is a very likely option. Missy Gannon, just 1 back of 4th place, 3 back of 3rd.
And as they say, Val, this lead card, although they may be aware that winning is out of the question, a podium finish is not out of the question by any means.
Well, the leader has arrived. Kristen Tatar approaching the first tee as she gets ready to try to chase down her first world title. She's got a 5-shot lead, and she was one of the big stars last night at the Fly Mart, a staple here in Emporia. Lots of people lining up to get disc signed.
And you saw her with Katie Tete from Estonia as well, giving her moral support. And it's wonderful to be able to have someone to just talk with in your native tongue. It's just so much easier as the pressure builds to be able to, you know, verbalize in a language that you're familiar with instead of doing that translation in your head before you say anything. So wonderful to have a card mate or friend from Estonia to be her support during the final round.
And there's a lot of nonverbal cues as well. I noticed that when Katie is following, it's just a silent fist bump, regardless of it, a good shot, a bad shot. She's there to support.
Great shot, Val.
What a save from Valerie Mondahano. This first hole for her was looking rough. Every shot, she was working for it to make that putt. That'll give her some life.
60-footer for Mondahano to save the par.
Great putt.
Paige Pierce matches. That was just inside the circle. So erasing some early mistakes. But as we know, the birdies are very available in the front 9.
And for Paige, the statistic we keep saying, she hasn't finished worse than second since 2013. It has been 8 years that we've been talking about Paige Pierce either winning this tournament or placing second. So she's got a lot to fight for today.
Missy Gannon in for the par after Owen Scoggins tapped it in from 15 feet. Regardless of the outcome today, somebody is taking home that trophy. The FPO World Champion will be crowned in a couple of hours. Lead card action coming up.
He's way out of position. Like,
He's going to have to force it, though.
I don't think he can.
I think it's even possible.
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow this sport.
What do I love about disc golf? Same thing we all love. Sound of the chains.
I love that you can play on a course or make up your own.
My favorite thing about disc golf is challenging myself every time I step onto a court.
What do I love disc golf? It gives me the chance to connect with an incredible community and throw some pretty amazing discs. Because after all, pig is love, pig is life.
I love disc golf because you can be as creative as you want with this sport.
You don't become the best without taking risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box.
I mean, it's literally the most popular disc of all time in the history of the sport. At its core, it's one of the most important tools a player has in their bag, a dependable, straight-flying mid-range. But the legacy of the Buzz goes a lot deeper than just that.
The Professional Disc Golf World Championships is a PDGA major and is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
Well, it's been the year of Kristin Tattar. She has come over to the United States and been fantastic. Just a few months ago, here in Emporia at the Dynamic Discs Open, parking the island hole.
And for many of these tournaments, Kristin Tattar has just been locked in. There's not a lot to say that can give the field any opportunity to catch her. She has just been on point with the backhand, with the forehand, and then her putting is just lights out. She is not afraid to go for putts no matter what the slope is.
And when you're playing with that type of consistency, what can the field do? That you can just try and match all those perfect shots. What I'm particularly impressed with is the pinpoint accuracy on many of her approach shots. And that, I think, is where she is distinguishing herself from the field. I'd say the only other person who's got that type of approach shot accuracy is Owen Scoggins, who can't quite get the distance on the drives.
Won the Des Moines Challenge just 2 weeks ago, and she has been so solid. Even when she's not winning, she's playing highly consistently. She has not missed the podium this season. It's a remarkable effort, and you can take a look at the very impressive ratings. And history certainly on her side. She has never lost when winning by 5 or more strokes going into the final round. And no FPO player has ever lost when leading by more than 2 strokes going into the final round of the World Championships.
We're just about ready, folks. How about one more round of applause for our FPO lead card? The time has finally come, folks. It is now time for our FPO lead card at the 2022 Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Discs. First on the tee, from Estonia and representing Latitude 64, Kristen Tatar.
2019 U.S. Women's Champion, trying to get her first world title.
Down the fairway, keeping it safe.
Next on the tee, from Finland, representing Innova Champion Disc, this is Hanna Blomroos.
Hanna has been the most impressive thrower this week. She took the lead at a point yesterday. Can she make a run? She trails by 5 strokes. Fights through. That's a long drive.
And from Austin, Texas, representing your host sponsor, Dynamic Disc, this is Holland Hanley.
No surprise that this is the first lead card appearance at a World Championships for Holland Hanley yesterday, and back on the lead card today.
And who would have picked Holland Hanley to be the lone American representative on the lead card? What a wonderful moment in her career.
Oh, yeah.
Safely on the fairway.
And rounding out our FPO lead card of the 2022 Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Dynamic Disc, from Finland and representing Innova Champion Disc, this is Evelina Salonen.
It's an extra special day for Evelina Salonen. It's her birthday. That's a smash. What a drive from Evelina.
She looks like she's out to celebrate more than just her birthday at the end of the day.
Well, it's a gorgeous day in Emporia once again as we take a look at Arcana current conditions. Comfortable, and the wind right now is down. That means the scoring will be up.
Or down, as the case may be.
Well said. Let's take a look at our UDisc course close-up here at the Emporia Country Club, presented by UDisc.
It is 1 foot short of 1,000 feet to start with hole 1, and that is the feel we have here at the Country Club course. It's long, and this course allows the players who have a strong drive to smash it out there, but it's not just the strong drive that you need. You need that exacting approach shot, because that subtle elevation, those touchy water shots, all the out of bounds lines mean that every shot has to be very controlled. The players who do best will have that wisdom to be able to know when to disc down to get the control.
When you're done watching Worlds, head out to the course with UDisc and Garmin. They've teamed up for watch scoring on 40 devices. Leave your phone in your bag and keep score on your wrist. Learn more and shop for your next accessory at udisc.com/Garmin. Let's take a look at Val's keys, presented by blackinkdisc.com.
I have been harping these keys all week, but I still believe in them. You have to have a confident game plan, and when the pressure rises, you need to stick to that. And at this point, all of these players have worked themselves into their position. They're in the hunt, how can they finish strong? And for our players that might have the potential to win, how are you going to rise to the occasion today?
And a second shot from Hanley leaves her a little bit pinched off behind the bush on the right, but she does stay safe.
And even though there seems like that fairway is so wide, unless you control the shot, control the height, control the angle, it can find out of bounds, as we've seen from many of our top players in the world already this morning.
Tatar positioned well for the approach shot. She's been so steady this week. Talked after the third round about staying focused on playing her game, even as she's been playing with some of the longest throwers on tour on her card. She hasn't been trying to bite off too much.
In every interview, they ask, what would it mean for you to win Worlds? What would that be like for you? And for Kristen, her answer is, I'm just taking every shot one at a time, and I'm not getting too far ahead of myself. I think that's the perfect mind frame to be in going into this pressure-filled, stressful round.
And what I think really is set Kristen apart all week, and especially on this course, is she resists the temptation to try and get that extra bit of distance, and she trades that for control. Therefore, she rarely finds herself in a position where she needs to make an awkward shot. She rarely finds herself out of bounds. These other players are trying a little bit too hard, trying to get every foot of distance, and sometimes that trying too hard affects the accuracy and punishes the player.
Evelina throwing her second shot after a 460-foot drive.
That's not far off of the world record. And that's a golf shot that Evelina threw.
Now, those are the types of shots Paige needs to string together to move up.
Big Anheuser shot or a nice forehand allows players to climb up the hill on their second. And you're feeling good when you can get inside the circle, putting for birdie on hole 2. But this gives a great view of what the fairway of hole 1 looks like. Lined with OB on the left-hand side, we have the road OB on the right-hand side, and as we get farther down the fairway, you can see that sand trap. So it is marked out of bounds on the left-hand side of the basket, so it really narrows in on the third shots as the players are trying to land it underneath the pin.
And all of these OB lines are not exactly at the flags, not exactly at the road. They're well in. So as you're watching shots, you may be surprised that some of them get called out of bounds when they look like they're still on grass.
Handley has about 280 feet to the pin, but has a very difficult low ceiling shot here to try to get up and around the corner. Makes good progress. She'll be trying to get up and down from there for par. Here's Owen Scoggins for birdie up ahead on 2. Yes. Owen Scoggins starts with her first birdie of the day. She moves to 17 under.
And Owen putting together putt after putt after putt like that is what has earned her the place on the second card.
Spectators lining the first fairway. Kristen Tatar, 250 feet out.
So with this forehand, Kristen's going to need to focus on the height of release to make sure she's clearing that out of bounds. And she throws at the pin. Oh, and thankfully it's not too skippy on that right-hand side. She's about 2 big steps from the out of bounds.
She is in circle 2. She'll have a birdie look. Back to 2. Missy Gannon putting for birdie.
Missy's second shot was just over top of the basket, and her third shot smacks the heart of the basket for a birdie.
From 30 feet, Missy Gannon on the board. She's now tied for 4th with Evelina at 19 under. So perhaps an opportunity for Salonen and Blomroos to pick up a stroke on Tatar. Salonen nearly running that into the basket.
It looked great from our angle, didn't it? That leaves her a short putt. The green of hole number 1 is sloped. It may not look like it very much from the camera angles, but it is distinctly sloped down towards the road, and it is a touchy approach shot where players have to control the speed, the height, and the angle of the disc.
Disappointing effort from Henna there after being the closest on the drive and on the approach.
It just shows you she hit right by the basket but rolled far away.
Paige Pierce onto the green, putting for birdie on the short par 4 third. Handley inside the circle. She'll have a look for par.
And with Henna skipping away just that little bit, you know, I can't help but to think about how important this putt could be for the rest of her round. If she can make this putt, capitalize on just well-executed shots, that is going to build her confidence that hopefully continues to carry throughout the round. Because we heard from Kristen, she is going to give it an effort anytime she can try and make a putt.
This is left from circle 2. Good height, but not on target.
for Henna. She missed 7 putts inside C1 yesterday, in comparison to Kristen, who only missed 1. I mean, that makes all the difference. 7 strokes right there.
A big early test for Blomroos, who can cut the deficit to 4.
And she passes the test. She's here to play, folks.
I got word that she and Salonen were working on their putting late into the evening yesterday at their hotel. And that is a huge opening birdie. Hanley to save par.
I'm not sure how that got through. Maybe it was a touch to the left, but it had tons of chain. So an unfortunate occurrence for Holland. She's got to let that not shake her in future putts and just putt the same way she did and trust the basket's going to catch.
Evelina in for the birdie as well. So she gets within 8 strokes of Tatar.
And it looks like that extra putting practice sure paid off. Those look like very confident putts from the both of them.
Tatar taps in the par. Holland Hanley will have a bogey, so she drops into a tie for 3rd with Salonen. And we are off. Kristen Tatar has a strong lead, but it is a stroke smaller. Henna Blomroos, Evelina Salonen get the opening birdies. More to come on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome back to DGN's coverage of the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships final round. Henna Blomroos was 6 under through 6 holes yesterday. She's 1 for 1 to start today.
And that is a crush. The entire hole is uphill. To get past those trees in the middle is a big, big shot on this almost 600-foot uphill hole.
Evelina gets just past the tree.
And that's really all you need to do. Get past the tree, and then there's no obstacles in the way of your next shot.
That works nicely as well. All these players showing accuracy and distance. And the tree hit kicks Holland out of bounds.
Almost perfect from Hanley. Let's go ahead to hole 4. Paige Pierce on the tee. She's coming off back-to-back birdies. That's an absolute bomb from Paige Pierce. It's an easy approach from there. Here's Missy Gannon's second shot on the 4th.
It's a blind approach. I like the way Missy is using the right side. And that is a magnificent shot. It is completely blind. All the players have to go on is where the tree line is.
Valerie Mondahano's second. Nearly as
Again,
good.
They make this look so easy. It is not an easy approach shot.
Well, take a look. We saw her 4 for 4. Emily Beach is now 7 for 7. That is the first time all year that an FPO player has had 7 birdies through 7 holes at an Elite Series or a major. What a start. Salonen gets to just outside the circle with her approach. Owen Scoggins on the green of 4, putting for birdie. Little fist pump and gets to 18 under. She's in a tie for 6th.
We are seeing the crowds come out today. Championship Saturday. You have to catch all the action, whether you're here on the course or they're comfy in the comfort of your home. This is not to be missed.
Now Holland took the more aggressive line on hole 2, trying to get all the way around the tree. It did not pay off for her, but being a par 4, she can still get par by an exacting shot here. And that works nicely.
Back to 4. We saw Paige Pierce's huge drive. And now here is her putt for birdie. And that's 3 in a row for Paige Pierce.
There are several players shooting lights out in these first few holes on this course. The easier 9, this is the time to really rack them up if you want to make a move today.
Saw a slightly errant approach shot from Tatar on hole 1. She goes to the forehand on 2. Well done.
And now in the final round, you know what your competition is doing. You know what you have to do to feel more comfortable. Seeing Kristen Tatar inside the circle now puts the pressure on Henna to throw a great shot here, get it inside the circle as well, and keep pace. She either has to keep pace or do better if she wants to win today.
She's about 10 feet further left, makes that angle slightly easier. She's been working this turnover backhand to perfection this week.
Love it. She swings it way out wide, gives it the angle, trusting that disc to hold it. And that's the same result we've seen from that disc all week.
And it is a much more technical shot, I feel. Not only do you have to throw the correct height, the correct angle, you have to heavily rely on that disc to do the work and continue carrying over to the right.
Up ahead to hole 5, Paige Pierce has birdied 3 in a row. And she gets the green flag on hole number 5. If you're not already a Disc Golf Network subscriber, it is time to get on board. You can hit that QR code or go to discgolfnetwork.com to subscribe today. The playoff push for the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship begins at the Green Mountain Championships in just a couple weeks. Tons of live coverage coming your way, including the US DGC and Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. So head over to discgolfnetwork.com today. Slightly obstructed putt from Salonen. Does not find chains. Handley should be able to back into a straddle position here.
Taking her a while to get comfortable with branches sticking into her. And she just never looked comfortable. It's very disconcerting trying to putt with a branch in her head, down on one knee. Just a slow start for Handley.
It's the first true putting test here for Tatar. Inside the circle. And she passes it. First birdie of the day for Kristen Tatar. She moves to 29 under.
Great camaraderie from this group. You're already seeing every great shot. They're giving each other fist bumps.
Hannah to stay within 4 strokes. She is in. 2 for 2 start for Henna Blumroos. Evelina for par. So she'll remain at 20 under. And she will take solo 3rd place after Handley bogeys for the 2nd straight hole. Back ahead to hole 5, Missy Gannon.
An uphill approach. She is inside the circle and safe.
And Pierce throwing her 2nd. That's a tap-in birdie coming up for Pierce. She'll have 4 straight. Kristen Tatar leads by 4. Final round continues. Welcome back to Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the final round of the World Championships. Henna Blomroos has started 2 under through 2 and has the box on hole 3. And this is the easiest hole on the course. Henna Blomroos with an absolute park job, tapped in for eagle. Can she find the magic again?
Well, it is quite the hole to go for the eagle because it tapers close to the basket and gets very narrow. She's got the turnover. She's got the glide, but unfortunately the turnover is just too much. And that's the danger of going for it on this hole, is it narrows up to a point, and it was just a little bit too much to the right for Henna, not enough grass to grab onto.
Only 3 players in the field have not birdied this hole. Tatar goes with the much safer forehand line. Salonen, forehand testing that right side, but she is safe on the fairway. Missy Gannon up ahead, putting for birdie on hole 5, and she is in. So she is now in solo third. She's moved up 2 spots. She trails Tatar by 8 strokes.
And Henna only by 4.
Holland trying to play that conservatively, and it does stay inbounds. So Holland still is working to get that comfortable feeling, the tension of the final round for this player, just still quite fresh on the scene, tough to handle.
We've seen Hanley throwing low on a number of tee shots yesterday and today. Is that a nerves thing or just a style thing?
Like Elaine mentioned, this is just her 3rd year of playing competitive disc golf. You know, every player has to work through these types of experiences, and it's the consistency that makes the best players. So she still has room to work with, but she has so much talent.
Paige Pierce on the edge of the circle on hole 6. Here's Valerie Mondahano. Fantastic from Mondahano. She'll have a drop-in birdie.
And that's exactly what you want on these elevated pins. Get it as close to the basket as possible so you don't even have to think about those putts.
And spectators lining so many of these long, long holes. It's hard to get a feeling of exactly how many people they are, because they're strung out watching their favorite players. And such a massive property, people are everywhere. Such a wonderful feeling for the players to see how much disc golf is being appreciated.
Holland Hanley lining up her 2nd shot. Truly a must birdie hole.
Well, this is an interesting route. She makes it work. There was a low ceiling with some guardian trees right before the basket, but she found a clean line.
Just why not go over top of everything?
Some players have the ability to do so.
Salonen to the forehand. Inside 15 feet.
We mentioned the stat yesterday, these players playing together and how well that they can feed off each other's energy. And to see Henna and Evelina on the same card, they're going to continue to encourage each other, push each other forward, congratulate each other on good shots. This is a big moment for all 4 of these players.
Tatar inside the circle. And we await to see who's going to take home an $11,000 payday for the win. $200,000 purse at this year's World Championships, record setting. How about this? Henna Blomroos, Evelina Salonen, and Holland Handley would all get their biggest ever payday, even if they finish in 3rd place. $5,600 to 3rd, $7,000 to 2nd.
And this money, of course, is above and beyond what contracts they may have with their sponsor, bonuses from their sponsors, disc sales. Many of these players are getting, you know, their own clothing lines. So although you at home might be thinking, well, you know, adding up just their winnings for the year might not be much of a salary compared to someone working full time, you got to realize all these extras that the players are earning add to their total for the year.
Big putt coming up for Henna Blomroos. She's at about 35 feet to make birdie after going out of bounds.
And with that aggressive drive, trying to get that eagle again, you could be wondering, well, was that a tactical mistake? But I think Henna knows that Kristen is not going to take her foot off the gas pedal. If Henna wants to challenge for the lead, she's going to have to take some risks. She's going to have to make some big shots that maybe Kristen will elect not to try for, or perhaps doesn't quite have the distance for. So I think it was a calculated decision, which was not a bad decision for Henna to try and get down there for the eagle.
Handley gets it to stay in on the left side.
I am glad to see she blasted it in after the spit through on the first one. It almost went through again, but she's just got to keep putting exactly like that and trusting the basket to catch it. You can't go trying to change your putt at this point in the tournament.
And that putt from Evelina was not close. Kristen with a chance to get the lead back to 5. Keeps it in on the left side. Kristen Tatar, as she set the milestone to get to 10 under and 20 under, has become the first player to get to 30 under par here at the World Championships. Salonen and Blomroos will tap in for their pars, and that is a disappointing result on hole 3. Up to 6, Missy Gannon.
Look at that precision shot. She's on a mission.
Owen Scoggins putting for the birdie. Up and in. 3 under on the day for Owen Scoggins. And another player who is on fire, Haley King, 7 for 7, matching Emily Beach. And she has moved up into 9th place. Been a slow week for King, but she is trying to make sure that she can get inside the top 10. Back to 6. Long putt for Pierce. And that's off the cage.
And a long comeback putt next.
Paige currently tied for 7th.
It is incredible. Haley King with 7 birdies. She's only moved up 1 spot today. And she still has 3 more strokes to make up to get into that tie for 7th with Paige and Owen.
3 circle 2 makes for Haley King from about 40 feet. Here's Paige's comebacker for the par. So she gets the par save and remains 4 under on the day. Kristen Tatar has been the most consistent player this season. 3 wins on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. A 2nd place finish at the Champions Cup, the first major of the season, and was unable to compete at the other 2 majors, the European Open and the U.S. Women's Championship.
And with all those great finishes, it's no surprise that she came into the World Championship week with the highest probability. I mean, she was over 85% win probability according to UDisc, where even a 5-time world champion, Paige Pierce, she was around 10%. That just goes to show Kristen Tatar's consistency this season and her likelihood to win any tournament she enters.
Big flexing backhand from Handley. She'll have an easy approach.
How can Henna bounce back? She's been playing aggressive, just a matter of an angle here or there. She still needs to keep her foot on the gas.
Strong drive from Blomroos as well.
All the players favoring that right side of the fairway. It gives the easiest approach to the basket, which is going to be hidden from them.
Let's take another look at that drive from Evelina. It is a patented drive. The power, flipping the disc over. And that is your Sunstein patented shot of the day. She leads the tournament and the tour in fairway hits. And if you want to find out more about your patent and copyright needs, check out Sunstein LLP at sunsteinlaw.com.
And it's amazing to have such accuracy to hit the fairway every time with how explosive and how powerful that driving form is from Evelina. Just something she's perfected over these years, over the 10 years she's been playing competitively.
Missy Cannon throwing her second shot on hole 7. Great shot from Gannon, who currently sits in solo 3rd. She's 2 shots clear of Salonen in that 3rd place position.
As you can see from the bird's eye view, the players need to throw over that golf green blindly to a basket which is on a slope with the tree line not very far behind at all. That puts Kristen in good position.
those casual conversations to kind of take your mind off of the pressure at hand. That is what is going to see Kristen through. You can't be locked in for the next 3 hours. You have to allow your mind to rest for a bit.
Evelina Salonen puts it on the green.
It's close, but that's not her favorite distance.
Let's send it down to Terry Miller. Terry, we've seen a much bigger audience today out following this lead card. Tell us a little bit about what it's like out on the ground.
Well, of course, the energy is electric out here. They're enjoying every shot, and it's the largest gallery, as you said, that we've seen. They're baking in the sun, but it's all going to pay off because they're seeing great golf right now.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, no breeze out there. And so sun blazing down. Going to get up into the 90s again today, as we just watched Henna Blomroos put it inside 10 feet.
Holland can actually see the basket from where she is and puts it nicely well in the circle.
We have not seen a drive that far all week long. She was basically putting at the basket.
Unfortunately, left herself the longest putt from about 22 feet. Here's Owen Scoggins putting for par. And she's got it.
Owen had a bit of a groin pull earlier this week, but her dance to the basket tells me that she has overcome that and muscles are feeling relaxed and good.
Birdie putts coming up for the entire lead card. And an overcorrection from Salonen after the miss on the previous hole.
Well, that's what they call a strong miss, because that disc had spin, it had good height, it was nice and flat, and just a titch nose up.
I feel like Holland's starting to question her putting form. It's been misses all over the basket.
So close to being in. We've seen her with such consistent putting performance in the first 4 rounds, and this is what happens when you're in your first final of the World Championships. She's experiencing expectations and pressure unlike anything she's ever experienced.
Tatar makes her 3rd straight birdie to move to 31 under. Blomroos to keep pace. She puts it in. She's 3 under through 4. And Handley and Salonen tap in for their pars. Let's go back to 7. Missy Gannon putting for her 4th straight birdie. She's got it, and she's 5 under on the round, still in solo 3rd. Final round action continues on the Disc Golf Network right after this.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Final day at the World Championships. Kristen Tatar holding on to a 5-shot lead. And her game plan, so repeatable, hasn't been pressing or trying to do too much on this country club track.
First round she went out of bounds. Second time through here, she made the correction, and it looks like that's going to be a very safe drive.
She has been dealing with the nerve pinch in her elbow that does cause her some discomfort on backhand power shots, but it has not affected her play. We've seen her go to the backhand with regularity and shown accuracy on both sides.
So that cart path that Henna landed short of, she's actually completely safe. That cart path jets out, and that is safe. It's the cart path that rides along the right-hand side of this fairway that's out of bounds, on or over.
I like this shot for Holland. She's going to a forehand. She's leaving it high as well as wide, and so that lands in safely. She needs to get a few more shots like that under her belt to just, she's still working to try and get that comfortable feeling where she can play like we've seen her play the first 4 rounds.
And the longest drive of the group for Evelina Salonen. Let's take a look at hole number 5.
So hole number 5, it can be played 2 different types of ways. You can either be aggressive off of the tee to make sure that you're getting your drive all the way down the fairway and shortening up that second. But what we saw from our lead card, nice conservative drives down on the left in the middle of the fairway. And then the second shot is where it gets challenging. You bring the cart path into play if you want to bring it out wide and to the right, but you have to make sure you're carrying it high enough so that it does come back. Those trees on the left, if you want to play the straight up the gut shot, you have to deal with the low ceiling and the high ground as it climbs uphill.
Let's send it down to Terry Miller. Terry, they shortened up this tee pad, or the pin position that is. Tell us a little bit more about hole 5.
Well, right now they're experiencing somewhat of a tailwind. And what I thought was interesting is the shot that had come in by Henna didn't get any kind of skip whatsoever. The grass still has dew on it. It's still very wet out here, but it's still very grabby, if that's the official term. So they're going to have to continue to watch that. They've been playing all week long here in the early morning hours, so they should know how the grass plays, but it's certainly going to be a factor here throughout the rest of the round.
Thank you, Terry. Kristen Tatar pulling out the Bushnell to determine her distance to the basket. She's about 250 feet out.
And a rangefinder is such a useful device on these courses that are long and open, and particularly these situations. She's in blinding sunlight. The basket's in the deep shadow, and it can be very difficult to figure out the depth perception and exactly how far the basket is. So players using the rangefinder liberally, and that enables her to have that precision upshot close to the basket.
The Bushnell Edge Laser Rangefinder is purpose-built for the disc golfer who wants to get the most out of their game. With scan mode, Z mode elevation readings, and distance measurement accurate within 3 feet, you'll have the competitive edge when you're on the course. Push the sport with Bushnell.
You can see the same thing from Henna.
High spiking backhand for Blomroos, and she's inside the circle.
And while that might seem like an aggressive line or a shot that could go squirrely, I always found it easier to control the distance when you're able to throw the disc high up in the air and spike it down like that.
Holland is forced to try and go under the trees. She's reasonably close to the basket, but she is right up by that tree. She'll probably be forced for a straddle putt if the disc is remaining behind the tree. Just to add to this course, just playing so difficult for Holland in these early holes.
And that was just pushed too far right for Evelina, and she goes out of bounds.
And after seeing the shot from Holland, you know, hitting short, hitting the trees, it's tough not to power the shot to make sure you can get to the basket.
Up ahead to hole 8, Missy Gannon on the tee.
Hole 8 is such a scary hole. You have to throw over the out of bounds on your drive, on a skip on the sidewalk to give some bonus distance.
So Missy now sitting with a 3-shot advantage in third place over Evelina, and Salonen just went out of bounds. Gannon 3 shots back with Blomroos in second. Here's Handley.
Oh, the fist pump, that felt good. I am so glad to see Holland is just continuing to fight. She's not letting herself be defeated. Hopefully that solid putt and the cheer from the crowd will get her feeling confident again, able to attack the course.
Handley back to even par. Blomroos for birdie.
See, she lifted her arm, but her body weight did not shift. It was all arm. If Henna can just get her body pointed and it's an extension of her arm, she'll start finding metal.
Tatar to add to the lead.
There's that consistent putt that is her hallmark.
So Kristen Tatar's lead moves out to 6 strokes. About a third of the way through the course. She's had some dominant wins on tour this season. Evelina to save par.
Well done.
And Blomroos for the par. Blomroos has had a birdie look on each of the first 5 holes, but has only converted on 3 of the 5. And she's losing ground now to Tatar. And Kristen Tatar has been very hot to start. 4 straight birdies, and the putting has been sharp.
Kristen gives herself those opportunities. She gets her shots close to the basket and then is just so consistent inside the circle. Today it is looking just the same of accurate shots, but then standing up to those putts. And we talk about the confidence, and it's when she releases the putt with so much authority into the chains. She is looking locked in and focused today.
Among her 6 wins on Elite Series or Majors, she's got a couple of 10-stroke victories. She did it earlier this year at Jonesboro and last year at the Preserve. She's won twice by 4 strokes and a couple of 1-stroke wins as well, but on track right now for one of those dominant victories. Back to 8, Missy Gannon throwing her second shot.
The second shot is probably the most difficult shot on this hole. It's such a sloping green. You know, she threw it too low, but that is a good error to make. She's still in the center cut.
Tatar on the tee of 6.
We're heading back up to the top of the hill, climbing this over 300-foot shot, and she is parked.
Well, you know, if you're Henna, you just sort of look at that and you go, well, there's nothing I can do but try and keep up.
After the rough start from Holland, bouncing back with the birdie, she's at even par, and a great drive and a birdie look to bring her under par. Almost like a fresh start for Holland.
That was close. Beautiful drive from Henna Blomroos, who has nearly 10 more strokes gained from tee to green than second best Holland Handley this week. Salonen inside the circle. Some ace runs from the lead card. The aerial view of Henna Blomroos' shot.
The way that it hyzers back at the end. What a run for Henna.
And what a make that would have been. See if she can convert on the putt.
And those beautiful drives that we saw out of our lead card, that's the reason that they're in this position. It's the fairway hits, it's the circle 1 and 2 in regulation that have really paid off this week.
Missy with a third shot that it's tough to get it in front of the trees, but she did. She's celebrating that. That gives her a very long chance at a birdie.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of statistics, Missy Gannon is leading in C1X putting, and she's in 13th place. Putting really hasn't played a huge role in this week. You know, it is important to capitalize when you're inside the circle, but it's really about the fairway drives, and we see big booming shots and the accuracy that you need. And I guess it's a little deceiving because think about all the drop-ins these incredible drivers have had to make. They don't count.
Handley for the birdie.
Solid hit. I believe that was the most challenging of the putts. Or no, Evelina's got one of similar distance. And she rises to the occasion.
2 birdies down, 2 to go. And
these other 2 are pretty short.
Hannah in for the birdie. Kristen with a short putt to make it a star frame. And the elevated basket is not a problem for our lead card. Back up to 8. Missy Gannon. Long birdie look.
Ooh, almost.
Very close from Missy Gannon. As we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here at the Emporia Country Club. Kristen Tatar leading by 6 strokes. And I know you both have been in positions where you've had a big lead at the World Championships as you come towards the finish line. What's going through your head in that moment when you know you've got it in control, all you have to do is execute? Does your mindset change a little bit when you're playing with a lead?
Well, I don't think you need to get ahead of yourself in those situations, but it's when you have more strokes over your competition than holes left to play. And there's still plenty of holes left to play in this round, and there's so much out of bounds. Kristen, having that lead, still needs to keep charging forward with that aggressive play that we've seen from her all week.
Did you ever find yourself looking ahead to the 18th?
No, it's exactly what Val said. It's not until you have more strokes than there are holes left that you can actually breathe that sigh of relief. Anything can happen at any moment, and we've seen crazy situations where players have taken a big number on a hole and suddenly 3 or 4 strokes disappear.
Kristen with a clean drive on hole 7.
There's an accuracy challenge right out of the gate. And then, of course, out of bounds left, out of bounds right, but that hits the good short grass of the fairway.
And we have seen it many times through this week of strokes being handed back and forth between our top 2 players, Henna and Kristen. This last round, it could easily happen yet again.
That is a clean shot. Checks up just in time.
Crowd lets us know that it stayed safe. Saladin has fallen 1 spot down the leaderboard into 5th.
That was a hellacious drive. That was way down the fairway, and the difference was she threw a flippy disc and trusted it, followed the slope of the ground and just got that glide. And with the land falling way behind her, she got big distance.
Evelina Salonen with a big drive. We'll be back on the Disc Golf Network.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
it holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
More than a third of the way through this final round at the World Championships, we take a look at Kat Murch's scorecard. Back-to-back birdies on 8 and 9 to get 7 of the birdies in the front 9. Just the one bogey, so strong round for Murch as she now is in a tie for 10th with Haley King. Hole number 7 is presented by VII and Diameter Apparel, who have teamed up to provide the disc golf world with sustainable and beautiful jerseys and polos. Up your game by wearing what the pros wear with gear from VII and Diameter Apparel.
Holland was left with 2 different options there on that shot. Of course, the wide hyzer on the right-hand side or the sidearm on the left. Either way, I think that tree is just the perfect obstacle for these players as they approach the basket. You want to make sure you have it high enough to get that distance, but it contends with those low branches as it gets closer to inside the circle.
And we'll probably find that Evelina's position is going to be so much more advantageous than these kind of up to the left positions. But through that tight initial gap, the up to the left is the safer drive. Left side around the tree is the shortest distance. And Tatar getting the height of the disc perfect.
She's birdied 5 in a row, and she'll have a tap in for a 6th. Kristen Tatar on fire. And we go to Missy Gannon on the tee of hole 9. Par 5.
200 feet over the sponsor wall, and maybe 320. If you throw that far, you're going to be long and out of bounds on that cart path. So it's a test of accuracy and controlled distance on 9.
Evelina is so much farther down the hill that low ceiling is not the same kind of challenge for the others, but unfortunately she doesn't give the disc enough zip, and she'll have something close to a circle's edge putt.
Gorgeous from Henna. That Anheuser angle backhand has just been a workhorse for Blomroos all week.
Henna is going to need to throw perfect shots like that for the rest of the round. She cannot make any mistakes. She literally has to make every single putt, and that is going to give her the best opportunity to win this tournament. I mentioned there's so many holes left to play, but those consistent error-free shots, that's what it's going to take, because Kristen is not even cracking the door open at this point.
After this one, 11 holes to go. Hannah needs to find 6 strokes. She's going to have to be aggressive.
On conditions like this, every single hole is birdieable. Hanley. Not there. Yesterday we saw Blomroos get inside the circle with a look for birdie on almost every hole in the back 9, but missed a lot of putts down the stretch. They were tied, she and Tatar, through 13 holes. And then Tatar opened up a 5-shot lead over the next 4 holes after a 3-putt double bogey for Blomroos on 17.
Yeah, not only the 7 missed putts inside the circle, but then she carded 2 OB strokes in the round.
For her 6th straight birdie. For the moment, the lead is 7, but Henna has a less than 10-foot birdie putt to keep it at 6. High in the chains, and it stays in. And Hanley in for the par. She remains in 4th place. Evelina Salonen, after missing the birdie putt, will tap in for par. She's just 2 under on the day. So, Kristen Tatar's lead through 7 holes is 6. We enter the difficult part of the course and the very tough hole number 8 coming up.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
The earth expanding, right hand and left. The picture alive, every part in its best light. I think heroic deeds were all conceived in the open air. I think I could stop here myself and do miracles. I inhale great draughts of space. I am larger, better than I thought. I did not know I held so much goodness.
My name's Garrett Gerthy. People may know me as Double G, and I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
When I have Double G's craft jerky and I pull it out of my bag during a round, the first thing anyone asks is that Double G's craft jerky? And I always bring the big bag because I know I'm gonna have to share it.
I'm a big fan of beef jerky, and I have to say that Double G beef jerky is absolutely my favorite I've ever found.
I'm always looking forward to digging my hand in my next bag of Double G craft jerky.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
It was important for me to partner with a retailer that could help with growing my brand and making my products available all over the country and across the world. Flight Factory has helped me accomplish that. Check out all of my gear and thousands of other discs at Flight Factory.
Welcome back to the Disc Golf Network's live continuing coverage of the World Championships. Kristen Tatar holding on to a 6-shot lead over Henna Blomroos. Missy Gannon sitting in 3rd place, 5 shots back of Blomroos. Some real scoring separation has emerged since the start of yesterday's round, when we had a lot of competitors bunched up within 3 strokes of the lead. And a lot of that due to the play of Kristen Tatar, who shot her second 10-20 plus rated round of the tournament yesterday with an 11 under.
Now this is a little bit disconcerting because you have to throw at those people if you're throwing backhand in order to get the disc to land on the fairway.
And I really feel like placement is the most important thing. I don't think that distance gives you too much advantage on this first shot at least. You just want to make sure that you're landing inbounds. OB marked on the right-hand side and the left.
Not only that, but there is a definite slope from right down to left.
Booming drive from Blomroos on the par 5.
And she knows she has to do that. She can't hold back. She's 6 strokes back. She's got to charge.
Crosswind for the drive. Handley.
Another big booming drive, but you can see how close it got to that out of bounds line after being well over the heads of the crowd. Huge slope.
And Evelina finds the out of bounds on the left side. So another OB stroke for Salonen. Take another look at the drive from Henna Blomroos on the Zuka replay.
She releases it on that hyzer angle with so much airspace underneath. Spikes down in the middle of the fairway. She's in a great position and safe.
Even getting some forward skip. So much power behind the drives from Blomroos. Just her second time competing at the World Championships. Back up to Missy Gannon. This will be her 3rd shot on hole 9 after going out of bounds.
General OB rules apply once you cross that sponsor wall. The second shot's climb up the hill and then make a sharp turn to the right and you'll see the basket. But we'll fly over hole 8. And we're not quite in the back 9 yet, but I feel like hole 8 really starts to ramp up the pressure. These are challenging shots. The second shot here, we'll see the players climb up and over this hill. The fairway continues to be lined with out of bounds on either side, and that sloping fairway down to the left can certainly carry shots down and out of bounds, and then there's low ceiling on their last shot as they approach the pin. Skirting the left-hand side the entire way. Finds her way back in the middle of the fairway.
That was a nervy shot that she executed just so skillfully.
We have seen Kristen go with the forehand on her second shot here. She can ride the left-hand side tree line, and the natural flight is going to just spike in that side hill. And it's important for her to use all that airspace on the left-hand side to work with the angle.
Bonus roll pushes her even farther forward. She's playing this course so intelligently, and of course with the backhand and the sidearm of enviable distance, uses both those shots very correctly according to the situation. Hanley again is going to try and push it just over the crowd's heads, let it fall back. Big distance, that will put her in a great position to be able to get the disc under the guardian trees on her third shot.
Blomroos with the longest drive.
It's so interesting that she's doing a standstill. She has enough power that she knows she can get it far enough forward, and she doesn't need to try and do anything crazy.
Blomroos trying to improve on her 4th place finish at her only appearance at Worlds in 2019. Let's go ahead to Missy Gannon. This will be her 4th shot.
The basket back there in the shadows. No out of bounds when they get closer to the pin, but those trees sure can be obstacles for putting. And what incredible second shots from our lead card. Hole 8 is actually the second most difficult hole on this course. And to see the placement of, I believe, the most challenging shot are those second shots. To control that hillside, place your disc nice and safe.
That's going to be too high, and those trees are unforgiving. You cannot slip one through them high. You must go low.
Well, let's take another look at the scorecard from Cap Murch. The 1 bogey blemish, but that's a lot of blue. The birdies piling up for Murch, and she's all the way up to 17 under par, now in a tie for 9th.
She has birdied some of the toughest holes on this course.
Back with Missy Gannon, sitting in solo 3rd, in for the par.
And from what we just saw out of Evelina's shot, she was up at the top of the hill, and now we're heading down the slope. So Kristen has basically a straight shot to the basket. She can keep the disc nice and flat, whereas Evelina had to scoop it underneath those low branches.
A laser line drive forehand to just outside the bullseye for Tatar.
And that's exactly what you need. You need to power a shot straight at the pin, and you can rely on that slope to catch your disc, to allow your disc just to stop short and keep it within the circle.
If she goes on to make that putt, she will actually improve on her performance on the course through this point compared to yesterday. She was 6 under through 8 yesterday. She has that putt for her 7th straight birdie here in round 5.
It's crazy to think she could improve on yesterday's round, which was rated what?
1026. One of the best rounds we've seen at the World Championships. Beautiful flex shot from Blomroos.
Using every inch of the ceiling that she could use.
Here's Valerie Mondahano's 3rd shot on the 9th. Inside the circle with a look for birdie. She would go on to make that birdie putt, bouncing back after the double bogey on 8. She's in a tie for 6th.
and gets the job done with 2 smashy drives. Looked so easy, that little approach shot. And when these players are playing so well, they do make the course look simple, but it is anything but. This is such a narrow fairway compared to the distance, that dangerous slope towards the out of bounds, the low overhang of the trees. You know, these are scores enviable of any player.
Clean up shot from Salonen. This is the 40th rendition of the World Championships, first time held in 1982. Tournament not held in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That's also why we didn't see a lot of the European and international players come out last year for Worlds. Very difficult to travel to the United States from Europe at that time. Kristin Tattar did make the trip and has been a part of this journey as she puts in the birdie and moves to 35 under par.
And for Kristin Tattar, as the pandemic was happening, to see her come over to the States for the Worlds, she ended up placing 5th. She was certainly in contention the entire week, and then from there, that's when we saw her consistently perform well at Elite Series events, taking down the D-Glow, taking down the Preserve Championships. I feel like that moment really jump-started her career.
Beautiful overhead views of the Emporia Country Club, where Kristin Tattar has a 6-shot lead, close to the front 9 coming up.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. It takes your performance in sanctioned events, compares it to the rest of the field, and gives you an empirical number to show how well you played. Rain, shine, wind is all taken into account, leaving only one thing: your play. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
You don't become the best without taking risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box.
Welcome back to DGN's live coverage of the World Championships. Missy Gannon throwing her 2nd shot on hole 10, par 3. And a great upshot out of a tough position off the tee shot. She'll have a tap-in par. Let's send it down to Terry Miller. Terry, it's been the first time we've seen this trio of Europeans and many other international players in the field. What's that meant to the sport of disc golf to have them back here at the World Championships?
Well, I think it just overall legitimizes everything about the worldwide sport that is disc golf. You know, everybody talks about how our top level FPO players need to be in contention or need to be at an event for a win to count, so to speak. Everybody says, well, that's great when Kat or Paige wins, but were the Europeans here? Well, this year they're not only here, but they're making a statement that they're the top-rated women in the world for a reason. And it's putting really everyone else on notice. We got to love seeing that here at the Worlds.
And lots of discussion about whether we'll see a World Championships take place over in Europe soon. Next year it'll be in Vermont, following up after the 2018 Worlds was there at Smuggler's Notch. But conversation about 2024 as Kristin Tattar puts it in the perfect spot in the fairway once again.
Now these players are teeing off from out of bounds, so that have to clear that wall in the distance, get it out into that bright spot of the fairway. Otherwise, they're going to take it from the drop zone. Really put the brakes on that drive, just short of the cart path.
One of the trickiest, most technical tee shots on the course.
Especially the fact you've gone from just wide open booming shots to suddenly this tunnel.
Well done by Holland Hanley, biting off some extra distance down the right side. Fantastic drives from the entire lead card. To 10, Owen Scoggins. She plays this hole so well, flexes it around, and that is parked. She doesn't even see it to know. Tap in birdie for Owen on 10.
She did the same thing on the first time through.
Let's take a look here at hole number 9, the par 5.
Hole number 9 starts off in an elevated tee shot, and as I mentioned, it is teeing over out of bounds until you clear this wall right here, and that's about 200 feet to get to that point. You want to carry it even farther because the way that the ground is sloped, you can have pretty awkward footing if you don't get it at least 320 feet out into this landing zone. The second shot will now go up this hill and around the corner. There's out of bounds lining that left-hand side, and of course you don't want to be in the trees on the right. So getting it close to that OB line will set yourself up great to actually look at the basket on your third shot. It starts to narrow in, and the basket is just tucked inside that tree line. It's a slight slope down to the left, and so you can find players having to have a straddle putt or save themselves if they're not under the pin. And it's great to see all these spectators out here just showing us where those OB lines are and where the fairway cutout actually is.
Let's go up to the green on 10. Missy Gannon set to putt for par. And she gets it in, so 3 straight pars for Gannon. 5 under on the day. And currently in a tie for third place with Holland Handley.
That is exactly what you need. There's no need to push it any farther than that. As long as you can climb up the hill and keep it in the middle, you'll set yourself up nicely for your third shot.
And regardless of what happens today, we are set to crown a new world champion this year for the first time since 2018 when Paige Shue, then Paige Bjerkes, won the tournament. And Val, what does that mean for disc golf to have a new winner this year?
It's exciting. It just tells us that the FPO division is growing tremendously. To see, look at these faces on our lead card. To all have contention to win that first world title shows that these players are setting a new bar and a new standard for the competition in this division.
Salonen center fairway after her second shot. Up to 11. Missy Gannon on the tee.
And Charlie, what I love to see, I mean, many of these players, they are still new to the disc golf scene with at maximum maybe 5 years of professional tournament play. I mean, think of Holland Hanley, 3 years in. She has just rose to the occasion. You know, Holland Hanley, Ella Hansen, these new players with tremendous talent in contention to win tournaments. It's incredible.
Holland Hanley going again to the high Heiser shot, and she's been effective with those all week.
Paige Pierce finally finding how to throw this hole. Great to see that drive. Big 400-foot, slightly uphill shot.
Paige sitting at 17 under at the moment. 18 shots off the lead. Her run of first and second place finishes for almost a decade is set to come to an end today.
That shot was a little inside, so she'll likely have to be a bit creative on her birdie putt.
It is not often we've seen that reaction from Kristen this week. A shot a little off. Now she knows that she's really going to fight hard to make that putt.
Blomroos throwing three.
That is a precision upshot, just taking all the excitement off the putting green.
Missy underneath the basket for par. Being this close to the basket on your approach shot, you can really control it as it heads into the green, but it's that slope on the right-hand side. If your disc heads that direction, it seems to be a vortex pulling the discs down to the bottom of the hill.
Holland had a booming drive. She was able to put her second shot closest to the pin. And just a little putter shot into the chips sets her up for a short birdie look.
Well, perhaps an opportunity for Henna Blomroos to claw back a stroke. She got one back on hole one, but then gave it back and fell further behind on hole 5. Paige Pierce for birdie. She puts that in. That gets her to 18 under. Her first birdie since hole 5, up on 11.
And actually, Kristen has not a bad lie at all. The disc must have kicked forward a little bit.
Sticks it to tar, keeping it up. That is now 8 straight birdies.
It's almost getting impossible for us to create any drama when it comes to Kristen. You know, being a little bit off there, she still has a look. She confidently makes that putt. I mean, there's just no stopping her at this point.
Salonen chips it in for the birdie. Her third birdie of the day. Henna Blomroos inside the bullseye. Oh my goodness.
And this happened on the hole, this exact hole on the previous round. The nerves seem to hit on this particular hole. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe she was thinking about the miss she had on the previous round.
And the chances for Blomroos are gone. A stunning three-putt from Henna. And the lead for Kristen Tatar has ballooned to 8. Val, what did we just see?
It is just heartbreaking for Henna to miss those putts, but seeing your opponent, Kristen Tatar, possibly with a chance to give up a stroke, boom, steps up, makes the putt, and I'm sure that's running through Henna's mind, knowing I'm going to try everything I can, but I still can't catch her.
Tatar's lead, 8 strokes with 9 to play. So we take a look at the board. Ella Hansen still inside that top 10. Kat Murch has made moves, 9 under today so far.
There's some hot shooting out there. 6 down, seemingly one of the best scores that you can shoot on this course.
Defending champion Katrina Allen sitting in 13th. And 5-time world champ Juliana Korver sitting there in 27th.
And Juliana eligible for FP50 division, representing those older players and showing they can still hang with the best in the world.
Kristen Tatar short of the green, but safely on the fairway. And hole number 10 is presented by Early Recognition is Critical, the official cancer prevention charity of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It's their 10th year of being a nonprofit. Paid out $25,000 for a hole-in-one at the Dynamic Disc Open.
I love the forehand play, especially working an overstable disc and releasing it at the Anheuser angle. You can really utilize all of this narrow fairway to your advantage to work it through and navigate the trees.
Well, Adelina heard you. I like her height much better than Holland's height. And indeed, she gets herself down there on the dance floor.
But it is a risky throw. There is an out-of-bounds line on the right-hand side, and with the fairway sloping from left down to the right, these forehand shots can be pulled down to the out-of-bounds line. So they really need to trust that line. Backhand play, however, working against that.
That's much too high. And it'll be a bit of a challenge for Henna to get par from her position.
Up ahead to 12, par 4, Paige Pierce on the tee.
Starts out with that placement shot, short of the broccoli tree. From there it heads to the right. Not quite a dog leg, but maybe more of a boomerang shape.
Missy Gannon sitting in 4th.
I was going to say, sorry, Charlie, getting a little too aggressive on this shot. You could find out of bounds. So that placement shot seems to be a popular location.
Well, Kristen Tatar, after getting the par on hole 1 after a slightly errant approach shot, has birdied 8 straight. That's the best result in the front 9 all day. And that's playing with a lead. She has not given any opportunity putting for Henna Blomroos has been her downfall this week. Still 4 shots clear of Holland Hanley in second place. Looking at a likely bogey here, though, on hole 10.
This is second shot from Missy. And whether that was a misfire or the wrong disc choice, she's going to have a circle 2 look for birdie.
Tatar just skipping it on the ground all the way down that hill. There is quite a down slope once you get 2/3 of the way down the fairway. So great idea to keep it low, not let that disc wander too much to the left or the right. And Holland, her drive high hit the trees, lands her short, but the disc could find chains with the right putt.
She puts it underneath the basket. She'll have a tap in for par. Henna's third shot. Puts it close. She'll have that left for bogey.
And I'm starting to feel that energy just being sucked from Henna. You know, being in contention, focusing on hitting all the shots, and then a couple of missed putts on the previous hole. That's when the players can start to be disappointed, be frustrated in their round, and lose track or lose focus of the task at hand.
Oh, great putt from Evelina Salonen for birdie.
Huge smile on her face.
Love to see it. And although we've seen these players for years now, Evelina is celebrating her 23rd birthday this year. Henna, just 22 years old.
And it's important context when you think about the potential trajectory of their careers. Tatar is 30. And she puts it in for par, keeping the clean sheet. Henna Blomroos this week has led the tournament in parked percentage at 23%. She's had a look at birdie on 83% of the holes, but she's missed 21 circle 1 putts. Make it 22.
Henna's going to have to start thinking about hanging on to second place because the competition is thick behind her.
A double bogey for Blomroos after the bogey on 9 when she had a short birdie putt. Her Finnish counterpart, Evelina Salonen, cashing in the birdie.
What an exciting ride for Evelina. She's had a great season so far. She's stayed in the hunt for this event, and she's really putting together a solid performance this year at Worlds.
Back to Paige Pierce, throwing her second shot.
Now that is how it's done. Beautiful turnover and finds its way through those guardian trees.
Oh, goodness, that was close for Missy Gannon. Such commitment from the difficult stance. And check out the scorecard again from Kat Murch. The birdies are piling up.
You know, Kat's scorecard is either blue or it's red or it's blue and red. There's almost never any white on it. She's such an exciting player, and as soon as she learns how to stop bogeying, she'll be right up at the top.
Well, she is at the top of our 10-10 Discs Hot Rounds of the Day leaderboard. She's 9 under through 13. Hot on her heels, though, our leader, Kristen Tatar, who is 8 down through 10. Let's catch up with Valerie Mondahano putting for a long-range birdie. Woo! Yes.
Woo! Oh my goodness. What a showcase of distance putts we've seen on these courses this weekend. A lot of them set up in the position where OB is not really anything to speak of. The wind has barely been in the conversation, so it is green light to run at every single basket.
Evelina erring on the side of being slightly conservative. There is so much out of bounds. If the disc drifts too far to the left, she'll give herself a long look if she can get around that huge, fat tree that guards the basket.
Ten-shot lead for Kristen Tatar.
And it looks like she skidded a little bit on the tee and didn't quite release it as far to the right as she would have liked to.
And Terry, that's clearly out of bounds. The first mistake we've seen from Tatar today, but Terry, you got to think that with her lead at this point, she's starting to think about 18.
Yeah, this is an easy one to let it leak out on that left side, and she'll get most of the distance. So it should be a relatively easy up and down to still save the bogey.
And what a relief it has been these last 2 holes, knowing that her closest competition is carded over par scores on the last 2 holes. The pressure is off of Kristen, so even a slight mistake, she knows that there's still plenty of space between her and Henna.
Henna continuing to have aggressive play, and in this case, perfect aggressive play.
There have been just 3 birdies on the 11th.
And Paige Pierce was one of those players.
Just outside the circle on the par 3. Gannon.
This hole, it's not the most challenging, but it is certainly an advantage to our distance throwers. Those are the players that can get up to the basket.
It's starting to turn into a victory lap for Kristen Tatar, even as she makes arguably her first and only mistake of this round. Going out of bounds, but now has a 10-shot cushion, double what she started the round with. And it's a deserved moment for Kristen after the way that she's played this season. She's been one of the best players in Europe for some time, but when the Europeans first started coming over to the U.S. for competition, as we see her put it inside the bullseye, she'll have a tap in for bogey. It was Evelina Salonen and Henna Blomroos that were talked about as the next big thing. And Kristen Tatar announced herself in some ways by winning the 2019 U.S. Championship. And then with the time away due to COVID, it's been a backseat for the European players, to no fault of their own, of course. But what a performance from her here in 2022.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. We've been talking about Evelina and Henna since 2015. These players were just 15 and 16 years old. And like you said, it was an emerging on the scene for Kristen Tatar, representing the country of Estonia. I mean, that just shows how widespread disc golf has become around the world, to see such great competition from our international players. And it's these drives exactly like this.
Kristen now.
That is what has kept Henna in the conversation all week.
Beautiful job on hole 11, tapping in for the birdie this time. Just the fourth birdie of the day, along with, as you mentioned, Val, Paige Pierce, Kat Murch, and Natalie Ryan. Hanley in for the par. And Evelina puts it in for the par as well. Tatar, after going out of bounds, takes her first bogey of the day. The lead now cut to 8 after the Blomroos birdie. And let's throw it back to 2019 U.S. Women's Championship. She was certainly not the favorite coming in, but she made some big putts and some beautiful golf to take it down.
And her putt doesn't look much different today, many years later. And I feel like she can be even more confident with that putt.
Yeah, it was that straddle putt that I remember most distinctly. She was a crazy long distance away. And I believe she started the trend for women's straddle putting from distance, because nobody was straddle putting from distance before Kristen showed us how to do it. Now we've got players like Katrina Allen perfecting it. We see Valerie Mondahano with the straddle putt from distance. Players are figuring out how to use their legs.
Missy Gannon putting for birdie on 13. She's currently in 4th place. And not there, so that will be her 6th straight par. She is 5 under on the day. She is 1 shot back of Colin Handley in 4th place. Paige Pierce, her 3rd straight birdie. She's up to 20 under par. She's in a tie for 6th.
There's certainly a lot of movement happening down there with the chase card trying to creep in, and then Kat Murch doing work, but she's only climbed up 1 space. She's 8 down for the round, but she's 3 back of getting into that tie for 6th.
Well, there's very realistically an opportunity for a number of players to get onto the podium here at the World Championships. Holland Hanley sitting at 24 under. Missy Gannon a shot back. Evelina 2 shots back. And then Paige Pierce, Owen Scoggins, and Valerie Mondahano, 4 back of Hanley in third.
And we talked about the positioning that you want to be in, and for Henna, she's going to be on the right-hand side. She's going to have that inside look. I actually like that position because you can see the pin and you don't have to carry your shot out over the out of bounds. But this tee pad is lower than the rest of the fairway, so it is a dramatic climb up to the corner of the fairway.
Well, Hanley made a mistake on the last round by putting it too straight. She's corrected that by getting some height, and she'll be looking at the inside of that broccoli tree, as Val calls it.
And Terry Miller, did Holland Hanley get caught up in the tree, or is she clear and with a look from the fairway?
Yeah, that actually filtered all the way down to the base of the tree. She'll have some obstruction, of course, with her ceiling, but she should be able to throw another forehand, and she might still be able to get a birdie from here.
Kristen Tatar safely in the fairway.
I think Kristen is purposely throwing it short.
Not trying to bite off as much distance, just keep it in bounds.
And setting herself up so she can cleanly go around the tree on her second shot instead of fighting with the tree.
Well, Disc Golf Network action continues with the Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs, which begin September 15th at the Green Mountain Championships up in Smuggler's Notch, Vermont. And the field will narrow for GMC. It will narrow again for the MVP Open. Final chances to get the points in order to qualify for the Tour Championship in October. Live coverage will be here on DGN for all of those events, as well as the USDGC, Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championships, and more. It's a great day to sign up for a DGN subscription at discgolfnetwork.com.
What a way to finish a season. Playing out in Vermont and Massachusetts, those are some of my favorite tournaments to play at the end of the year.
And there's a lot of points on the line today. Major championships worth 1.5 times as many points in the standings as a standard regular season event. And players jockeying for position, trying to get into that Tour Championship. Kristen Tatar is not going to have any problems qualifying.
Look at this shot. Huh. Well, huge, high, almost a tomahawk shot. Gets caught up in the trees.
She tried to do that the previous round as well, and Terry Miller had reported yesterday that that tree saved Evelyn from going out of bounds.
We saw it yesterday that she went high and hyzer, and then it ultimately just filters into the OB. She made the exact same mistake yesterday, and when I was thinking yesterday is, when's the last time you saw her throw an Anheuser forehand? She's usually putting that on hyzer, so a shot she needs to work on.
Well, you can see how the course design brings that one tree into play. All of the players having trouble getting past that guardian tree.
Beautiful day to walk the fairway at the World Championships.
You were mentioning, Elaine, Kristen playing strategically short of that tree to allow more space to throw around it. We see Holland pushing the max distance, and now underneath that tree, throwing her second.
Great shot from Holland Handley. She's currently sitting outside the line for qualifying for the Tour Championship. She's in 22nd, as you see in the graphic, but she's going to pick up a lot of points regardless of where she finishes this weekend, because there's a 1.5x multiplier on points based on your finish, which means if you win, you get 150 points. So she's going to move up the board past many of the people in front of her, and she should have even an opportunity to get all the way up into fully qualified range. Won't have to play in the play-in competition.
And moving up on that board just means guaranteed money. You don't have to play as much to earn the paycheck.
Hey, guaranteed money. That's nice.
Certainly is. Big payouts last year. Missy Gannon winning $30,000 at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. That was actually that's the biggest payout ever, that tournament, the Pro Tour Championship last year. This is the second highest ever payout in disc golf history. $200,000 on the line here at Worlds.
And to put it in perspective, I won $5,000 back in 2016 at the same tournament. So more than doubling the purse for the women's division. Another crazy shot here from Evelina. Well, Terry, I think she's worked something out with that Anheuser forehand. That one is bullseye.
Good recovery.
Well, she certainly has the short range ones in. It was really the drivers I was thinking of. When she's throwing a driver, it's always hard right, low, and skipping. And the short ones, she's got those dialed in.
Well, Val, you said you won $5,000 in 2016. This year, 5th place will earn more than that, $5,500. Tatar for birdie. Gives it a chance, but we'll just tap in for par.
And kudos to course designer Eric McCabe for making sure the trees are in all the most awkward positions for these players. Making this course, you know, the landscape doesn't have all that many trees, but he's very cleverly made trees come into play.
And to see that pot from Henna, I mean, she's at least 40 feet away from the basket. And so it's not like you can just throw it into the trees and be inside the circle. You have to throw it past the trees to get the opportunity for birdie.
As was done by this woman here.
And that birdie puts Handley up by 2 strokes over Missy Gannon, solidly in that 3rd place spot. This is just her first major of the season, Holland Handley. She has not played yet. Salonen for bogey. She will drop to 21 under, but remain in 5th place. Paige Pierce, Owen Scoggins, Valerie Mondahano hot on her heels. Kristen Tatar will stay at 35 under and will continue to have an 8-shot lead over Henna Blomroos. We're 2/3 of the way through the course. Tatar in control. Missy Gannon throwing her 2nd shot on 14. That is perfect. So Missy Gannon trying to hunt down a podium finish. We'll see if she can pull it off coming up.
I have never seen another group of people talk about their thing the way that disc golfers talk about our thing. And it feels like you're a part of it. It feels like no matter how big the sport gets, you being a part of it, you feel like you have an investment in it, and it's yours.
Yeah, sure.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna go war with me, yeah. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
Forget about all those who have come before you. There's more than one way to spin a disc. Find your line.
Disc Golf Network coverage of the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships continues. Holland Handley sitting in third place. She's on the tee of 13. Competitive volleyball player. Been playing disc golf for just a couple years on tour. And she finds her way to just outside the circle. Missy Gannon's third on the par 5.
What a wonderful shot. Perfect control with the flip up.
Hannah inside the circle. And it seems easy to point to what she needs to improve if she wants to become a future world champion. Is it as simple as the putting, or do you think it's more a mental side of the game than a physical side of it?
Oh, it is almost 99% mental. I mean, when you talk about putting, it is not simple when your mind is basically talking you out of every single putt. When your mind has no control over what your hand is doing, it is almost impossible to overcome. So certainly getting over those doubts, those nervous situations, that's what's going to allow Henna to kind of break through.
Strong drives from the entire lead card here on 13. A hole that Valerie Jenkins knows well.
Yeah, this was a diabolical hole back in 2016. The tee was over to the right and actually on the cart path, and so that resulted in multiple re-tees from Katrina and Paige. And from how they've changed up the course in the recent years and how they've developed these shots, there's no holes like that anymore. You know, if you're throwing out of bounds, you're going from a drop zone, which is much farther up the fairway. And so really, I think at this point, Henna is running out of those opportunities for big stroke swings to happen. There's a lot of out of bounds out here, but it's not likely you're going to see multiple strokes being handed over to her.
Well, Henna quite honestly needs to look in the rear view mirror rather than ahead of her. She's got players stacked up behind her. Holland just barely missing the birdie here, but she's just 2 strokes behind Henna, and we've got Missy Gannon 4 strokes behind. Both very steady players.
Tatar for birdie. Feet glued to the ground, buries it.
And this is just as good as it gets. To be playing so solid at the World Championships. She's got many holes to play yet left, but she is just having a good time. Her game looks so solid.
There's nothing like having that confident feeling, knowing you're better than your competition.
Blomroos in for the birdie. She's 3 shots clear of Holland Handley, sitting in 2nd place. Salonen in for the birdie. And Handley will tap in for par. Let's take another look at the putt from Kristen Tatar.
She doesn't bend her knees very much, but she does bring the arm down low, generating a lot of snap and forward momentum into the heart of the chains.
And her lead remains 8 strokes with 5 holes to play. More strokes than holes. Let's catch up with Owen Scoggins, sitting in 6th place, throwing her 3rd shot.
Well, she doesn't need to make a monster putt today, does she?
But that is 2 monster drives to get to where she was throwing 3rd. That made her shot just effortless to get underneath the basket.
Owen is like a fine wine. She is getting better with age.
It really has been her best season to date. She has not missed the podium in 2 months. She's going to get another top 10 finish at Worlds. Here's Missy Gannon putting for birdie. Trying to get within 1 of Handley in that 3rd place position. You bet. Missy Gannon back on the birdie board. No bogeys today. And with a big payout on the line, Missy Gannon showing up as usual.
Big money Missy. We're on the tee pad of 14. You got a couple of options of windows off of the tee pad. Henna took the left-hand route, and with a slight anhyzer, she's able to keep it in the middle of the fairway.
Hot round on the course is Kat Murch at 9 under. Kristen Tatar is at 8 under through 13. And a perfect drive on 14.
And as much as we're critiquing Henna, she's shooting 5 under with a double bogey and a bogey on her scorecard. Just some hot shooting today. That will do for Evelina. It really takes a complete misfire or hitting one of these early trees to make you not feel like you got enough on your drive. But really anything out there in the open will set you up well for your second shot, which is another booming drive.
What a smash from Holland Handley. So much potential. Missy Gannon getting set to tee off on 15.
This hole plays as an island. Slightly uphill all the way to the basket. Good power from Missy.
Let's go to hole number 16, part of our featured hole broadcast here at the World Championships. You can watch it live on Disc Golf Network.
Yeah, Kat screaming for the disc to highs her up, and the disc does not listen to her.
Out of bounds for Murch. Pierce on the 15th. Tucks up inside the circle. And 2021 world champion Katrina Allen on 16. Sitting in 13th place. Well done by Allen.
She had the hot score the first round that we played out here at the Country Club, but really hasn't gotten anything going this week. Katrina Allen's currently in 13th place.
Evelina gets considerable yardage on her shot, puts her in a good position. Significantly past Evelina's shot is where Kristen Tatar lands.
Kristen Tatar is on track to have the largest margin of victory at Worlds since Val Jenkins in 2009, won by 14 strokes.
That's a good feeling. It sure is a good feeling to be in one of the most pressure-filled rounds of your life and to have a commanding lead like that. You can just focus on the task at hand and know that you basically just have to complete the round to get a world title.
Indeed, if Holland Handley holds on here in third place, she will move from outside the cut for the Pro Tour Championship into 13th place, qualified for the postseason. Huge second shot from Handley.
And Terry, we've seen some incredible drives from Holland. How far is she past everyone else on these second shots?
Yeah, she is at least 70 to 80 feet past the previous drive by Kristen. She makes it look so easy. Again, you guys talk about that athleticism, along with being a power lifter. She's bringing it all to disc golf in her very early career.
A glimpse of the future, perhaps.
When Hannah wants to really aim a shot, she stands still and throws it, I don't know, 300 feet? Maybe more?
Yeah, it is interesting to see Elaine because she had the farthest drive of the group. She could have been aggressive on the second, but she chose to play the accurate shot instead.
Missy in for birdie.
From 50 feet, Missy Gannon cashing in two big putts back to back.
That moves her into a tie for third with Holland Handley at 25 under. But Handley in great position with potentially an eagle look coming up on 14.
view of what's left on hole 14. We have an OB golf green on the left-hand side. As players crest the hill, it's difficult to drop the disc next to the pin, but Evelina shows us how it's done.
Back to 16. Katrina putting for birdie. That's 2 straight for Katrina Allen. She gets to 13 under. She's tied for 12th with Jennifer Allen. Edge of the circle for Tatar.
At this point, there's no need for Kristen to force any shots to happen. Even this putt at circle's edge, we've seen her make it consistently, time and time again. When there's a slope, if she's even thinking about it, she doesn't need to run it. She's not under that pressure from the rest of the field.
It's great to have the option to lay up if you have any doubt in the back of your mind. Now, with the putting performance we've seen from the putting performance we've seen from Kristen today, everything has been super confident. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see her going for the putt just because she knows she can hit it.
Hitting from 84 feet yesterday on this hole. Let's send it down to Terry Miller. Terry, tell us a little bit about what she's got there, and is there enough danger that she might want to just lay up?
Yeah, one would think you could just lay up. You're perfectly fine with the par, but like we saw yesterday, 84 feet, running at it, and in the press conference, or correction, the post-run interview, she said, if I can see it, I'm trying to put it in. This is the Worlds. So she's going to try and make this. She needs another birdie.
She has an opportunity to improve on her 11 under from yesterday. She's sitting at 8 under on the round. What a statement that would be. Her 10.26 rated round yesterday, 4th best ever rated round at the World Championships in FPO. Katrina Allen shot a 10.58 rated 44 back in 2012 in the 7th round. And then Sarah Hokum shot a 10.28 in 2012. Paige Shu shot a 10.28 in 2018. Well, echoes of yesterday, but quite a bit closer. Tatar from the circle's edge for birdie. Why not?
And in the same breath of, yeah, you could lay up, Kristen Tatar has nothing to lose going for putts like that.
She moves to 9 under on the round, 37 under par overall, 40 down is within reach. And a short miss again from Evelina.
We've seen her make some of those, and we've seen her miss some of those. I can't help but feel that, you know, despite the misses, Evelina's mental game is getting stronger. She's gaining that experience she's going to need to become a future champion by rising to the occasion.
Fantastic from Holland Handley in for birdie back in solo third.
And you could tell she wasn't comfortable with it. And again, Hannah getting experience. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but she needs these close experiences on the world stage to draw on, to understand what she needs to do to win.
Kristen Tatar has a 9-shot lead and has no fear from the circle's edge, downward slope behind, doesn't even question it. Dead center chains. She is walking it in for her first world championship.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGo.GottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGo.GottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Today we're comparing the DGA Mach 7 against one of our competitors' premium basket models. The Mach 7 is clearly the more durable of the two, especially considering these baskets are the exact same age, give or take about 8 years. If I were going to buy a new basket today, it would be the DGA Mach 7. Of course, I'm not in the market as I already own the... is this the best review you could find?
It's a great review.
No, this is a terrible review. Forget it. We'll cut this part. I'll figure out a different way to sell it. Thanks for watching. Oh my. Wow. Whoops. Oh, that's not very safe.
Back in Emporia, Kansas at the 2022 World Championships, Paige Pierce missing the birdie putt, and that's been a bit of a story of the week for Pierce. She has moved up one spot into 7th place, but has never been in contention this week. Got here early to Kansas to find these courses and learn them well, and has just been pressing a bit too much, it feels like, this week.
It's really hard when you want something so much to just relax and let it come. And unfortunately, that's what you have to do. You have to be patient. You just have to let it happen. You don't have to win it in the early rounds. You just have to be in the hunt. And I think Paige maybe was trying too hard to win it in the early rounds.
Tatar in circle 2.
So we're stepping up to 2 holes, back-to-back island holes, but hole 15, much larger of an island to land on. Have to land in between the cart paths. It's slightly uphill at the same time. And Holland Hanley is just outside the bullseye. And she is certainly putting the pressure on Henna right now, just trailing her by 2 strokes with 4 holes to finish out.
Henna Blomroos trying to hold on to second. What a beautiful look at the approach into the green off the tee shot. She's in the bullseye.
Just so confident when she steps up on the tee. She is just such an accurate driver.
And the same thing for this woman. They're just making this 353-foot hole look pretty simple.
Yeah, nice, easy 400-foot drives. Incredible.
To 16, Missy Gannon on the tee. 2 shots back of Hanley. Sitting in 4th.
Oh.
Tries to get a skip off the water, but not enough.
It was low out of her hand, and you were expecting it to rise and not happening.
And early best case scenario, after going out of bounds on 16, you now take it from the drop zone, and best case scenario, you're going to get a bogey. So that would be the first on her scorecard today. But look at these guys. I remember seeing them out at the Dynamic Discs Open, and now lounging in the front row, taking it all in on 16.
What is your preference? The hat, the shirt, the pants, or the shoes? I think I like the hat.
I like the shoes.
Shoes are good. Enjoying themselves behind 16. Tatar under the basket. She'll putt for par.
And no need to make a heroic run at it. This is a situation where outside her comfort range, just lay it up there.
And just so much dominance from Kristen Tatar since the start of last year. Evelina in for the birdie.
And a deserving big smile for that one that just kind of plops into the cage.
Oh, she knew she was not doing her proper putting style, and she was grateful that it caught. Hannah finds her putt.
She moves to 29 under. Holland Hanley with the closest birdie putt of the group. She's 3 shots clear of Missy Gannon in 3rd place. Tatar will tap in for par. Her lead is 8. Hole 16, Island Green, coming up. And we'll take a look at Paige Pierce's putt on the 16th.
It is scary. Dead in the heart of the chains. 38 feet for the birdie.
And that puts her into a tie for 6th place. We'll be back 3 holes to go before we crown a new world champion. Stay with us.
You don't become the best without taking risks. Yes, sometimes you won't make the shot, but the winners are right at the intersection of risk and skill. At Dynamic Discs, we've taken the risks. In 2012, we decided to make our own first 4 molds. Now, almost 10 years later, we want to share with you a piece of this history with our 10-year anniversary box. Thank you for being part of this journey. And remember, take that risk, as champions do.
When you first sign up for a PDGA membership, you're given a PDGA number. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Disc golf education is important because it prolongs the length of our sport and the popularity of our sport, and the most receiving of disc golf is children. So if we get that introduced to them young, they might grow up to be the next Paul Macbeth or the next Paige Pierce, and we don't know it.
We've played 87 holes here at the World Championships. 3 left. And Kristen Tatar holds an 8-shot lead heading into the iconic hole 16.
Never a tee shot that players feel comfortable with, but Kristen Tatar has plenty of cushion coming into this hole. She knows that even with a bogey, she still has plenty of strokes to play with.
And much more pertinent is how this hole could determine the other podium winners. You can have a 2-stroke swing if someone misses the island and someone else birdies.
It is. It's crazy hard. 3 more holes. Yes.
Kristen Tatar is about to win her 7th Elite Series or major of her career. That puts her top 10 all time in the division. she's made the podium more than 92% of the time since the start of last year. Just a remarkable run.
Holland Hanley up first.
Needs to get left.
No. It's such a pressure-packed moment there.
So Handley will go to the drop zone. One last chance for fireworks on 16. Blumroos.
Low out of her hand, but is rising. Barely makes it, but it's a drop in.
And you think ahead to this afternoon's competition in MPO and the weight this hole could have with the crowd. Here's Evelina.
Oh, she goes straight at it with her aim. The stability of the disc carries it off to the left.
She finds the water. She'll go to the drop zone. A chance for Kristen Tatar to put a punctuation mark on a dominant week in Emporia.
Never a doubt.
Tatar, like she has all week long, sending it out to the right and trusting that fade back. Beautiful drive again on 16.
To see the way that she throws and her exact technique as she reaches back and comes through on that same angle the entire way. That is what made Kristen Tatar so consistent as a player. She's able to just throw that line. There's nothing funny with her reach back. It's all just very smooth, and that's how her shots just stay on target. Just absolutely unbelievable performance from Kristen. She set herself in the lead from the very beginning and hasn't looked back. She has fought her way through a little bit of ups and downs, a few scrambled shots, but I couldn't count them on more than 5 fingers. I mean, she has been so solid all week, and she is just shredding this final 9.
If there was any pressure on Kristen Tatar, she certainly didn't show it. 8 under in the front 9. Adding birdies here in the back. Evelina will have 10 feet left for the bogey.
She just jump putts that.
I beg your pardon, that was Holland
Because
Handley
you
throwing
say it with a
first.
smile.
Evelina just throwing. Same thing for her. And Paige Pierce checking in on the broadcast, watching as Kristen Tatar gets ready to head out onto the island on 16 with a 25-footer for birdie.
I think Paige was actually watching herself at that moment.
An inception moment here on the broadcast. Tatar has a chance to become the 2nd European champion. She's just going to lay up. Smart move on 16.
The holes are dwindling down. Her strokes are more than double of what she needs to. If she even double bogeyed the rest of the holes, it wouldn't matter. So the pressure is certainly off.
Handley in for bogey. That drops her to 26 under. She's still 2 shots ahead of Missy Gannon, sitting in solo third.
And that drive from Henna gives her 2 strokes above Holland Handley in third place. Now solidly in that position with 2 holes to play.
Kristen Tatar heading to 17. Set to win her first World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Power Grip is the only disc golf retailer operating in both Europe and the United States. We got our start in Finland in 2009, and now we've established Power Grip USA's online store, with retail stores still to come. Come see why we call ourselves a pretty good disc golf shop. Shop online at powergripusa.com. We're here to help.
Emporia, Kansas, the site of the 2022 PDGA Pro World Championships. As we take a look at the Island 16, let's take a look at our tour standings as we head towards the Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs. Paige Pierce out in front, and Missy Gannon and Kristen Tatar about to make big moves up the board and get into that top 4. Thanks to their performance here at the World Championships. That gives them a bye into the semifinals. Missy Gannon trying to defend her 2021 Pro Tour Championship victory. Here's Pierce on 17.
I like this shot. It's such a low ceiling. Putting a little bit of flex on the disc, getting maximum glide up and over that hill, yet under the sprawling branches of the guardian tree.
Owen Scoggins shooting a bogey-free 5 under today. Nice smooth backhand.
Missy Gannon still trying to find a podium spot. Big drive for Gannon.
And you can see what happens if you get too high.
If you're just joining us, this tournament has been all Kristen Tatar. She opened up a 5-shot lead yesterday and has blown the doors open today with an 8 under front 9. Clinical work from Tatar.
Yeah, and really this entire week long, there's been only 1 round where Kristen did not shoot the hot round. And today, she knew that she had the advantage coming in with a 5-stroke lead. And Elaine, we know that's difficult to hold on to, but she has held on, maintained, and even added to those strokes.
And every hole that went by solidified more and more in her mind that she is the best player out there on the course this week, gaining more and more confidence. And look at the show she's put on, racking up birdie after birdie after birdie. and able now in these last couple of these holes to play conservatively.
Let's go to 18. Kat Murch putting for birdie on the elevated basket. Knocks it down.
That is a no easy putt. You were looking downhill, death putt. Yeah, giving us a flex on a solid finishing round. She's at 5 under for the round today and currently in a tie for 8th with Valerie Mondahano.
And Kat Murch, such a talented young player. Her career just starting. All she needs to do is erase some bogeys from her scorecard. She cards too many bogeys, but she cards tons of birdies. And as she gets more experience, she'll diminish those bogeys, and we'll start to see her filtering up to the top spots.
Let's send it down to Terry Miller. Looks like we're slowing down the pace a little bit, Terry.
Yeah, for as great as things have been moving along throughout the week, right now there's a full-blown discussion here on the third card where we're having Haley King, Ella Hansen, Katrina Allen, and Jennifer Allen discuss where Ella's disc had come in or out of bounds. PDGA Marshall, Robert Leonard is right there in the conversation, and I think there's protractors, I think there's compasses, A squared plus B squared. I don't know what's going on out here, but they're doing some real math and science to try and close this out here on the 17th green. And it's been going on now for at least 2, if not 3 or 4 minutes. So I'm hoping something gets settled here.
Well, as you say that, Terry, it looks like they're about to make a decision. So, of course, they're up on the green of 17, so holding up the chase card and the lead card yet to tee off. Seems like perhaps Ella had played provisional and then misses the short putt. Maybe the long conversation affecting her concentration. She does not look happy after the way that hole played out. That was a double bogey for Hansen.
You know, and if there's any kind of provisional situation, personally, I like to play out the hole entirely with the 2 routes and then have the conversation about it. Having these long conversations in the middle of the hole is disruptive to your own play and just puts too many thoughts in your head, kills the momentum.
And
not only for you, but for the rest of your card mates.
Hard to know what the situation was with the out of bounds and where she was supposed to be, but perhaps some of the emotion that we saw there is due to the fact that with that double bogey, Ella Hansen dropped out of the top 10. She's now in 11th. Haley King with the par takes over in that 10th place spot solo. So players fighting for positioning.
And, you know, the top 10 finish, there's just something about being in the top 10. It's a landmark. It's a goal that players aspire to.
Miss Gannon on the fairway after her second shot. Great look at that OB green on 17.
And the second card, you can see them at the top of your screen near the tree line. They have to throw over that out of bounds area that has banners. Page with a high floating shot. Looked like it wanted to bang chains. Comes to rest within the circle.
No way that drifted so slowly and so under control. Beautifully done.
Evelina did it for weight cut.
Well, a real opportunity here for Chris Tatar. If she can close this out and average above 998, which is likely if she goes par, she will be the highest ever average rating at a World Championships in FPO. Remember, she shot the 4th highest rated round ever at Worlds yesterday. Valerie Mondahano finds the OB, just narrowly catching the wall. And how about that? Tatar with a chance to put down a historically dominant performance.
It's incredible. It was a conversation not too long ago that it was a goal of Paige Pierce to be a 1,000 rated golfer, and Kristen Tatar to shoot 5 straight, averaging around 1,000 points for these 1,000 rated on these rounds. I mean, that is just showing how dominant she has been over the field, because that is how you get to those rated rounds, and just showing how she is just leaps and bounds over the competition this week.
Her consistency of play, in particular her consistency of approach shots and putts, is what has put her head and shoulders above.
And that is, of course, the error you want to make on this hole, throwing far enough that you can get over that marked out of bounds area, but then it slightly slopes down. So we saw that little bit of a roll away.
Yeah, Valerie Mondahano, kind of a heartbreaker. It was a little bit short, and she had to take almost the same distance and almost the same shot, which she executed well this time.
Up to 18, Katrina Allen on the tee.
Won't be quite as dramatic of a hole 18 for Katrina as it was last year, but that is a beautiful drive. She'll be looking at a birdie putt to finish her round. We're live on the tee of 17. And it's not the best position over there for Henna. Hopefully she landed short of the tree line. She is safe. But you want to be on the right of those trees and just down the middle. Now there's the shot.
And you know how hard Chris Tatar has worked for this. She's talked about it, that she's put in the effort to get to this point, how much it would mean to her. Clearly trying not to get ahead of herself earlier this week and think about the moment that's to come on 18's green. But the commitment to make it over to the United States last year, despite having to spend 2 weeks out of her home country in order to make that happen. Finished 5th at Worlds in 2021. Evelina.
She just blasted that. She's going to have a clear look to the basket from that position inside the tree line.
And Kristen Tatar waiting for her moment, wearing earrings with the Estonian flag.
What a great representative for the entire country, and to be the second European player to ever win a world championship. And follow that up to be the first European to win women's nationals back in 2019. So just setting records.
Owen Scoggins, another huge putt. Knocks it in on 17 for the par. She is in 6th place.
And you mentioned the journey that it's been for Kristen Tatar, starting way back last year, and how much trouble they had to go through to get to the U.S. and then to come back this year knowing she can travel a little bit more, and then had to deal with COVID, then had to deal with an elbow injury. So she has really had to fight to stay in that kind of mental mind frame that she can still be a champion, but she has to work harder for it. And she has certainly put in the time to be the top athlete that we know she can be, but it hasn't been easy.
And for all the international players, just the time, the travel, the time zones, the language, the different climates, it's, you know, extra challenging. So wonderful to see so many representatives at the top of the field and throughout the field. Holland attacking the green, but catching a tree limb. It was a risky shot, and she is out of bounds.
And her 2-shot lead over Gannon for 3rd place could be at risk.
I'm wondering if this is a little bit of inexperience. Playing up the left side for the 2nd shot, leaving a much shorter 3rd shot. Playing for par 4 might have been a much smarter move.
Yeah, she's 4 shots behind Hannah for 2nd, so not much of an opportunity to catch Hannah for 2nd. Paige Pierce missing the birdie putt on 17's green just a moment ago. Pierce in 6th. She's never finished worse than 7th at Worlds. Looks like that streak will continue.
Hannah pitches out back in the middle of the fairway. And you really have to land in such a perfect position to even think about going over this OB lake with your 2nd shot.
Tons of airspace available for Kristen. And executes a gorgeous shot, leaving her a much more desirable uphill putt at the basket.
Certainly any questions about her injury have been put to bed the way she's played these last 2 days. Says she's going to get treatment, potentially surgery after the season is over. Evelina. She misses a bit to the left, but in circle 2.
Just making sure it gets over.
So some big upcoming shots for Holland Handley. Missy Gannon took a par on 17.
So Holland will drop at least 1 stroke cushion that she currently has on Missy. And again, she hits the branches. But this has enough oomph to get her over to safe ground, but a testy putt coming up.
And that will be a putt for par, that is. No, that will be for bogey. My apologies. That was her 3rd. So coming up for the bogey putt. If she makes that, she'll hold on to the lead over Gannon for 3rd place. If she misses, they're likely to go into the final hole tied at 24 under in that 3rd place position.
Another standstill, accurate approach shot from Henna. She has been locked in on those throws. And really, regardless of the missed putts that Henna has had and those missed opportunities that she's had, I hope she walks away from this tournament proud of what she was able to do. I mean, with such incredible shots when the pressure was on, you know, it's very hard to know that you have to play perfect to catch a leader. And I feel like Henna really put forth a very solid performance this week. And it's just amazing to see the contention of our European players up at the top of the World Championship. It's something we've never seen before.
And nobody should be at all ashamed to come into second after Kristen Tatar. Henna has a lot to be proud about, and she didn't lose the World Championships. Kristen earned it.
Evelina with a long birdie look.
It's really going to be an upshot. All she can do is try and get nicely around the tree. There's no stress for a 4 for Evelina. Circle 2 putt for par and to hold on to solo 3rd place.
It's Kristen. Yeah, I think so.
And I think there was an error on U-Disc, which has just been corrected right this moment. That putt was for bogey. And Tatar now putting for her birdie, a chance to extend the lead. And Tatar in to get to 38 under. She's 10 under on the day and poised to have the highest ever average round rating at a World Championships. Henna in for par. Handley taps in. Evelina will have the par putt. Let's go up ahead to 18. Your defending world champion Katrina Allen on the green.
I stood over this putt, and I would not want this to win the World Championships. Katrina Allen, what a way to cap off the day.
Now, not the same kind of hole 18 as it was for her a year ago during the final round, as we flash it back to this shot to put the pressure on Paige Pierce. OB everywhere, and she sticks it. Paige Pierce would go out of bounds, and that meant that Katrina Allen could drop it in for her 2nd World Championship in Ogden, Utah. It will be an 11th place finish for Katrina Allen this year. And the player that she beat last year for the world title, Paige Pierce, on the tee of 18.
Last year was one of the most dramatic finishes that we've seen in the FPO division through the years, with our 2 dominant forces, Katrina Allen and Paige Pierce. There was so much on the line for those competitors. And now this year, what a different story. We had so many players with the potential to win their first world title, but it was Kristin Tattar that remained that consistent name that we were talking about. And we talked about the adversities and all that she's had to overcome through this season specifically. And she is now starting what I feel like is that new generation of players. She is breaking through those top 2 players that we consistently see time after time winning those major titles.
Let's go back to 18, Missy Gannon on the green. This is a birdie look. Doesn't make the birdie, she gets the par, and that means that she remains tied with Holland Handley after Handley took the double bogey on 17.
Starting what I feel like is that new generation of players.
Tattar on the green. Inside circle 2. And now she knows. Firmly and officially that it is her world title. After Handley took the double bogey on 17.
And that's all she needed to do.
Second place finish for Hannah, an excellent result. She won the 2021 European Championships over Kristin Tattar. Roles reversed here at the Worlds.
Evelina with a great booming drive there. Will she try and putt it?
She could take solo 5th with a birdie. Currently tied with Paige Pierce in that 5th place spot. A birdie for Handley means solo 3rd.
Well, she certainly put the driver to the test, but now it's going to come down to that scary putt. And probably one of the most stressful putts that Holland Handley's had in her career. But we'll take one more look at this final drive from Kristin Tattar. It is just an out-of-body experience when you're playing as well as we've seen Kristin play, and knowing you just have one drive left between you and that World Championship trophy.
All she needs to do is plunk it up close to the basket, tap it in, and the moment is hers.
Still focused, even as she walks up with an 8-shot lead. Paige Pierce has joined the gallery.
This is history in the making. And players and spectators alike got the front row seat here this year. And look at that crowd lining the 18th fairway.
A layup for Tattar, and one throw left. Shares a moment with Katie Tate. Blomroos will pitch up. She will have a tap in to confirm her 2nd place finish.
The emotions are just flooding in for Kristin Tattar right now. She can now finally take a breath and let it all soak in.
There is a big putt for this woman. She wants third place all on her own. Podium finish at the first Worlds she's played. And she earned it.
Solo third for Holland Handley. But the moment that we've seen coming perhaps since before the tournament started. Kristin Tattar, for the first time since 2004, a European champion at the Worlds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce the 2022 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Champion in the FPO division, Kristin Tattar.
An $11,000 prize, and more importantly, a 1X next to her name. And it was a wire-to-wire victory for Kristin Tattar. As we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth, alongside Val Jenkins and Elaine King, Charlie Eisenhood with you here, and we've all been witness to an incredible week of disc golf, and Kristin Tattar led by 2 after round 1, and that was it. And she just dominated the rest of the way, opening up a 5-shot lead into this final round and closing it out with another brilliant round. Put this in context for us. What does this mean for Kristin? 1X.
You know, my hands are clammy. I feel nervous just knowing, you know, it wasn't a close race down the stretch, but to know what it means to the players and how heavy of a situation this is. This is the tournament that every player dreams about. You know, this is the making the shot at the NBA Finals. This is the touchdown. I mean, Kristin Tattar just won the biggest event in our sport, and forever she will be known as a world champion. And that is something that can be recognized by anybody inside the sport or somebody that's never heard of disc golf before. It just proves that you are one of the best players that the sport has ever seen.
Elaine, we've seen 2 years now of Kristin Tattar playing at an incredibly high level, winning multiple Elite Series events. She had the 2019 U.S. title, but winning the Worlds, it means something a little more, doesn't it?
Oh, it absolutely does. This is a stage unlike any other. It's the number of days of competition. It's the fact that you've got everyone there. And she proved herself. She proved she was head and shoulders above the competition.
Well, it's a special moment, and we're going to be able to send it down here in just a moment to Terry Miller, who is greenside with the champion, Kristin Tattar. Terry?
Joining us now is the 2022 world champion, Kristin Tattar. Kristin, how does it feel?
Feels amazing. It doesn't feel real. I don't know if somebody can wake me up from this dream. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, speaking of dreams, when did you envision that you could become a world champion? When did this process start for you?
I thought about it a lot during off season, and this dream kept me going when it was tough. So yeah, I've been thinking about it almost every day, and now I'm here and I achieved it. So it's definitely a dream come true.
You've overcome so much adversity throughout your career. We've also seen you spend time away from your daughter. You've traveled. We've had COVID, everything else to get to this moment. How do you continue to fight through? What was that driving force that brought you here?
I here. I feel like disc golf is my thing, and it came into my life in a perfect moment, and in every aspect of my life, and I feel like I'm doing the right thing. So yeah, this helps me push forward every day.
Something you've said to me for a number of years now is that you've looked at Allen and Paige Pierce, the world champions that were just before you, and then as you walked over to the island on hole number 16, Paige hugged you and she said, "Congrats, I wish I was with you there to watch it today." What does that mean to know you now stand among some of the best champions in the world?
It's unreal, honestly. It's unreal. I still can't wrap my head around it, that I'm here and I won the world championships, and there are previous world champions congratulating me, and I've beaten them in tournaments. It's crazy. I don't know how it happened.
Anything you want to say to everyone in Estonia or anywhere in Europe, along with your family? I know your daughter's watching.
Thank you everybody who tuned in, and I already saw a lot of messages coming in. Aitäh teile kõigile, kes te Eestis mulle kaasa elasite. Ma tõesti südamest tänan teid.
We couldn't be happier and more proud of the champion you are. Everyone, that's your 2022 PDGA World Champion, Kristen Tatar.
An 8-shot victory for Tatar, the biggest margin since 2009.
I need to go learn how to putt.
And a look at the 18th. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more on this win and more from Kristen Tatar.
MVP Black Hole Pro is the best portable basket on the market.
It's easy to transport. You can set it up in under 60 seconds, no problem.
It's perfect for any sort of practice putting. I would recommend it for anyone who needs a portable basket.
They say, you're the greatest of all time, but in my mind, that is not true. There are 2 other women that I'm tied with. Until I get that 6th world title, that is still up for debate. So this is so important to me to cement my name in disc golf history as the most winning woman to ever play the game.
Come out.
Play disc golf.
And let it fly with Lone Star Discs.
But it just really didn't go how I thought it would.
You need to drip your way up and down the fairway? What even is dripping?
Like an elephant?
Close, but underwater.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires. That sound of those chains, I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow this sport.
He's way out of position. Like,
he's gonna have to force it though.
I don't think he can.
Think it's even possible?
It's in the impossible range.
The way Worlds ended last year, you couldn't have wrote that in a book.
After the initial reaction, I had to like process.
If you don't even think it's a sport, watching this moment has to get you pumped up.
He's going to need the shot of the century.
I could sense something was about to happen.
Welcome back. Kristen Tatar is the 2022 World Champion here in Emporia, Kansas. What a beautiful day and a first-time World Champion as we join you back in the booth with the champion herself. Kristen, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, it has been such a journey for you these last few years to get to this point.
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe what it's been like to get to here? You think about all the awesome work you did in 2019, then COVID happens, the challenges last year. Take us through it.
Yeah, it's been tough, honestly, but I think it has made me stronger. It has showed me that nothing comes easy in life, so I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared to like work hard, and I've been working really hard, so I'm just so happy it paid off. And being a world champion, like, it's a title that no one can take away from you, so it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, and a well-fought battle. I mean, today's round, even though coming into the round with a 5-stroke lead over Henna, I feel like there was a pivotal moment around hole 9 where it seemed that the pressure got to Henna. Was it that point where you felt any relief, or were you just continuing to fight forward?
No relief ever. I don't feel it ever. Like, even the last hole, I still felt the nerves and everything, although I knew I had a very big cushion. But I still want to play my best, and I came to the course today just thinking I have to birdie, and that's what I did, actually. Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, an 8 under front 9. Did you feel like once you had that additional cushion that things were a little easier?
Yes, yeah, a little bit, yeah, because if I wouldn't have birdied, I would have felt a lot more nervous. But I just followed the game plan and just took one shot at a time, just want to give myself opportunities, and that's exactly what I did. Didn't get ahead of myself.
So as you think about kind of this first win, not your first major win, but your first Worlds win, we were just talking about it a moment ago, that it means a little bit more. Do you feel that?
Of course, yeah. World's title is something else. It's there's so few names up there, and to be amongst them, to be next to Val Jenkins, it's amazing. I used to look at your videos online. I was amazed, how is she doing this? And now I'm up there with the big names. So it's definitely, like I said, dream come true.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from your performance here in Emporia.
And this has to be crazy for you. I mean, you're living in the moment, stepping up to these pressure putts. What were your favorite moments of this week?
Just that I was able to take one shot at a time, because sometimes I do feel I get nervous and think ahead too much. And this night was awful. I could not sleep at all. I felt so many nerves. And I just kept telling myself, just focus on the shot that's in front of you and don't think about anything else. And I'm so proud that I was able to do that, because it's not every tournament that I'm able to do that.
Well, their third round, maybe the weakest of your 5 this week, and you get close, and at one point Henna even takes over the lead briefly during round 4.
Yeah.
How did you fight back from that?
Well, to be honest, I accept that I'm not perfect. I knew that not all the rounds are going to be amazing. There are going to be some rounds that don't feel so good. So I knew it's going to happen. And I just kept going, just looking forward, forgetting about the mistakes and focusing on the positives.
Yeah, and really even down the stretch, that last putt on hole 14, you know, I'm saying to these guys, she can easily lay up this putt. She's got the strokes. She doesn't need to do it, but you continued to push forward. And exactly like you're saying, not giving anything up.
Yes, that was the mindset, and I just followed that.
Well, as you soak this all in, and I know it's only been 10, 15 minutes since you tapped in the putt, you know, do you look forward from here and think about what's next for you? You're the first European champion at the World Championships since 2004. What's next?
There's still some tournaments left this season. Probably maybe gonna celebrate tonight and then think about the next tournament. There's no room to like take too much time off. I'm gonna stay here until the DGBT finals. So yeah, just focusing on the next tournaments.
Yeah, and like you said, Charlie, this moment just happened for you. The moment tomorrow when you wake up, you know, how do you feel that this World Championship title can propel yourself into the next part of your career? You have now several large wins under your belt. How do you think this fuels you going into the future?
I think it will definitely open some more doors for me, that's for sure. It gave me a lot more confidence going into other like major tournaments, because I feel like it's important to get those like big wins. It's gonna build up something even bigger. That's what I feel like.
And how different is this compared to the title that you won back in 2019, winning the U.S. Women's Disc Golf Championship, the first ever European to do that.
Yeah.
Now the second European to ever win Worlds.
I'd have to say that the feeling is pretty much the same. I was just in disbelief that I did it, and I was so hyped after the tournament. And of course, this is even bigger for me, because world title is something that I have been dreaming of, and really have put all my efforts into getting that first world title. And now that I have it, I feel like there's some pressure taken off of my back, and it feels amazing.
You had one of the most popular booths last night at the Fly Mart, signing lots of discs. Have you given thought to how you're going to sign discs now that you have a 1X to add?
I don't mind signing discs. Whoever wants to get them signed, just come up and yeah.
Well, so much congratulations. It's a well-warranted win, the way that you've been playing these last two seasons. It must feel like a capstone for you to get this Worlds, especially after missing two of the majors this season.
Yes, of course. That my eyes were on World Championships, and that's why I missed out in European Open as well, just focusing on getting better. And I played all my cards on this tournament, and now I'm happy that it played out so well.
Well, let's take a look at the OTB shot of the day. Kristen, you can look at it with us. What could it be?
Oh! Yes, that's definitely a shot of the day in my heart. Oh, nothing beats that feeling.
Tremendous victory, the largest margin since 2009.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
Well, Jenkins has you beat, though. You had a 14-stroke win back in 2009.
But that was my third world title. This is just going to jumpstart everything for you. And like you said, the first one's the hardest.
Yes.
And now you can grow from there. Congratulations, Kristen.
Thank you so much.
That will do it for our coverage here of the FPO World Championships, but there, of course, is more to come on the Disc Golf Network. The men's round begins at 2:30 Central Time, so stay tuned on DGN and the Disc Golf Pro Tour YouTube channel as Paul Macbeth, Calvin Heimberg, and Matt Oram try to chase down Aaron Gossage, who has a 3-stroke lead. I want to say thank you so much to the TDs, Doug Bjerkes and Jackie Morris, the PDGA and Dynamic Discs, all the volunteers here in Emporia, our producer Mahmoud Barani, our director Ian Lunger, Elaine King, Val Jenkins, I've been Charlie Eisenhood. Congratulations to Kristen Tatar for the 2022 World Championships. We'll see